No joystick needed, she's got the knack. Grandma's taking Moria, and she's not looking back. Gaming grandma's in the zone tonight. Her pixel world shining bright. From the mines to the mountains, she's the queen. Living the dream in a gaming scene. The dwarves all cheer as she leads the way with a fiery torch that keeps the dark at bay. Crafting epic gear with a knowing grin. In the game of life, she's here to win. Let the lava flow, let the forges roar. Grandma's conquering every lore. She's got wisdom, skill, and reflex too. In the minds of Moria, she's breaking through. Gaming grandma's in the zone tonight. Her pixel world shining bright. From the mines to the mountains, she's the queen. Living the dream in a gaming scene. She's got her headset on and her keyboard's lit. In the depths of Moria, she's a perfect fit. Mining gems and gold, she's on a quest. Grandma's gaming hard, she's the very best. Her pickaxe swings with a digital flair. Enemies beware, she's got a warrior stare. No joystick needed, she's got the knack. Grandma's taking Moria, and she's not looking back. Gaming grandma's in the zone tonight. Her pixel world shining bright. From the mines to the mountains, she's the queen. Living the dream in a gaming scene. The dwarves all cheer as she leads the way with a fiery torch that keeps the dark at bay. Crafting epic gear with a knowing grin. In the game of life, she's here to win. Let the lava flow, let the forges roar. Grandma's conquering every lore. She's got wisdom, skill, and reflex too. In the minds of Moria, she's breaking through. Gaming grandma's in the zone tonight. Her pixel world shining bright. From the mines to the mountains, she's the queen. Living the dream in a gaming scene. She's got her headset on and her keyboard's lit. In the depths of Moria, she's a perfect fit. Mining gems and gold, she's on a quest. Grandma's gaming hard, she's the very best. Her pickaxe swings with a digital flair. Enemies beware, she's got a warrior stare. No joystick needed, she's got the knack. Grandma's taking Moria, and she's not looking back. Gaming grandma's in the zone tonight. Her pixel world shining bright. From the mines to the mountains, she's the queen. Living the dream in a gaming scene. witches roar. Grandma's conquering every lore. She's got wisdom, skill, and reflex too. In the mind of Moria, she's breaking through. Gaming grandma's in the zone tonight. Her pixel world shining bright.
You're one of them. Hello. And I think I'm the other one. Hi, Gaming Grandma here, and we're going to do some building and return to Moria. But first, we're gonna have a drink first, because you gotta start your day with a little tea, is what they're calling it, the Karak tea. So I don't know why they call it tea though. Hi, Tyler. I was just talking about this tea that we drink, brewed Karak tea, a slow brewed tea. I don't know. I mean, really, why would they drink tea? But anyway, we're gonna sing and we're gonna drink some tea. I don't know.
With the ping and the pong, the fiddle strings broke, the cow jumped.
How you doing, Miss Tyler? Are you at work?
The little dog laughed to see such fun, and the Saturday dish went off at a run with a silver Sunday spoon.
I've had a good
The
day.
round moon rolled behind the hill as the sun raised up her head. She hardly believed her fiery eyes.
Hey, thanks for
glowed with
posting your
stage
video
for a
too.
surprise.
Oh, it's from the books. Wow.
They all went back
That's
to
why I don't
bed.
know. If they didn't do it in the movie, I wouldn't know.
Live for ale, a
That's what I-
fire and a song.
That's one of my limitations for all this stuff. Oh, you're very tired? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. All right. My little hunting lodge. I built this to stay in while I was building everything else. My little hunting lodge, but I take the hearth down when I leave, because I don't want to have to deal with a siege happening up here and having to run all the way up here. So I take the hearth out when I leave. All right. Then we have Alaska's little mini longhouse that she did over here. I use it for visiting dignitaries that come to see, visit. So we got this little place, and she doesn't have a hearth in here, so I don't have to worry about it. She was using my little hearth at first. But it's a cute little place. And Slade is here. Hi, Slade. I'm good. I hope you're good. And then we've got my little place over here. I had a hearth over here, so oops. So I decided to put floor down looks like I might use the other one, and barriers to keep the bad guys out. But I just decided to start taking out the hearth when I leave. So I call this the Clan Lodge. So this is where the important people visiting, they get their own little house, and they each group has their own little sleeping area. And this, of course, is for the clan chieftain. And I keep forgetting to put a bed in there for him. None of them have their beds, I don't think. And then we have this beautiful view of the river. It is looking nice, isn't it, Slade? I'm quite happy with it. And now we have the new community house, which still has some work to be done. And we're going to not only try to decorate it today, but we also have some more building to do on it. So this is the Clan Lodge. And I've also taken out the hearth from over here too, again, so that I don't have to run over here when there's a siege. So there's only going to be sieges over here. And I have turned them down Wow, look at that ladder just floating in midair. I have turned down the sieges and all of that to make it
Perfect.
easier while I'm building. And I did put up some very ugly barriers, but I'm going to move those eventually. Because I watched The Adventures of Miriak Furmax, and looks like I haven't quite finished this corner yet. And what he did was he sandwiched adamant in between the walls, and that way if you know, bad guys come along, they can really beat on this all they want, and maybe it won't break. So it takes up, you know, more space width-wise because you've got adamant and then the wood. But I think it still gives you plenty of room. We could put a row of chairs around here. I haven't done any decorating. This will probably be like an open kitchen. And since it's a community lodge, we're going to break this into bedrooms. I haven't done any of that yet. Just finished the floor upstairs. So this will be, we'll divide this up into bedrooms, or we'll make little sleeping areas like I did over in the clan lodge. And Alaska's here. Hello, giving a little tour. I completely tore this building down and started it again, and there's still some flaws in the floor, but it's so much better than it was, so I'm going to leave it. So the second floor will be either bedrooms or individual sleeping areas, or all one big open area. I haven't decided yet, but we need to put a rail up here because this is going to be a tavern and a dance floor. So we need to put a rail on because what was that? Because once they get to drinking, you know what'll happen. They'll fall off the edge. So we got to definitely put in some rails. There we go. I'm looking at work. Looks good. Oh, I think so. You know, there's always like one little dip that's lower or higher. I spent hours trying to get it as good as it is. So it's as good as it's going to be. So let's start by putting up some rails. And I think what I want to do is the capitals that I've been using around. And then we're going to attach a curved beam to the top, or a carved beam rather. I wanted it to clip to that and not the other one. And I like these by themselves, but I want it to be a little higher here on the roof because I don't want to have to pay liability insurance when one of the dwarves fall off after he's been drinking too much. That floor is so tricksy. I've been building where it's completely level from the top but not from the bottom. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know that it's one of those things you can ever totally get flat. I don't know. But I'm probably going to put different, I'm going to try to put different floor on top of it, right? I want to put like, maybe have the dance area have different wood on it. Is that gonna, not gonna let me do that? Let's try this. Maybe I'll even put like some gilded floor for the dance floor surface. And maybe by doing that, it won't look as obviously flawed. Won't let me put that there. We'll put this there. And we're going to put the carved beam along the top. Not looking level while it's on top is an issue someone's having. Not looking level while it's on top Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I completely redid this. I watched one of Miriak's recent building ones where he used the internal adamant in the walls, which really makes good sense, right? So it's a sandwich with adamant. Oops, wrong one. So hopefully, I mean, I really don't want to keep a big barrier around it if I don't have to. But, you know, sometimes you have to. Because I probably will eventually do something in this world. You know, right now, this is as far as I've gotten. But I will probably eventually do a playthrough here. Which means that I'll get trolls and all of that. So I decided to use the adamant walls like he demonstrates. The interior walls, if I do interior walls up here, will just be the wood. Or even granite if I want, but probably just the wood. Seems some cool designs though with the wood and the granite combined. There we go. Now we're gonna put these up. English is my first language, honest. I was asking about someone said it doesn't look level from below, even if it does from the top. That's messed up if that's a repeatable issue. Yeah, having to learn to use, you know, use a different material too. You know, getting used to the quirks and the building system. And you mentioned the building AI on one of Miriak's. You know how it often changes. You know how strong something is or the technique, and if you can continue that technique when the AI changes or whatever. And that's kind of what this has been for me. It's definitely been learning for sure. And there's just some spots that I just can't seem to, and I've spent hours on trying to get it level. And it's certainly better than it was. And I don't know that it's not like level, but there's, you know, there's little lips here and there that I can't seem to get rid of. I'm sure there's a reason why it's happening that I need to, you know, figure out. That's why I thought I'd just start over, because I thought, well, it's probably something from the bottom all the way up that just keeps getting distorted. And I absolutely improved it. Instead of trying to bury the adamant, I just did a floor, the granite floor, and the foundation, and that looks better. I'll probably put like balcony around the bottom or something to kind of disguise the foundation from being exposed. And I'm also thinking I'm going to do a gazebo up here. I like to do gazebos on my dance floors. And we should probably, I don't know, probably put a stage for musicians. I've done that before, but I also want to make sure we have room for a brew. And sometimes I do that here, you know, in this tavern setup. So I'm going to really have to think about how to make space for everything. The bottom floor, of course, is where the long hearth is and where the kitchen's going to be. Some general seating. And then this is going to be tavern and dance floor. Let's see, can we get this to kind of poke out there? No, that's not right. There's no right. Not sure what I'm trying to accomplish. Anyway, so let's put the, wow, that one's really different. Let's put the, I'll just have to put plants, like just put strategically placed plants over those edges. And hopefully once I get the dance floor there, it won't be so obvious. I wish that requirements little HUD thing would go away so I could see what was going on behind it. That looks funky. Let's overlap it a little bit, see if that helps. There we go. Some of these timbers too, it's like because they're different shades, it could be that it's not an overlap, that it's kind of an artifact of the fact that it's a little darker on that edge. I don't know. I mean, I suppose that could be it. Wow, why is this so, see what I mean? Like, the rest of them went through that post, and this was didn't. And they should all be the same, I would assume. So that just means something's off, but you know, it hasn't fallen down yet, so we're gonna leave it. Oh yes, 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 yes. Look it. It does want to. We don't want it to snap there, so we want it to snap here, here. So why that's off, I don't know. Okay. Oh, that one sticks out a little bit there. There we go. All right. So I'm guessing what, the dance floor and the gazebo at this end. And then we can do some seating. We could put some of the large brew tanks down here. We could put small kettles. Could definitely put kettles up. So have this like be like a bar. So we'll get some of the what do you call them? The tavern shelves. What are they called? Tavern counter. So we are going to, let's see. I like to have the kettles raised up. So we're going, to do these, but then we're going to camouflage it a little bit with the wood. So if you're on the other side there, you might see the adamant, but you shouldn't, if I do it right, then we shouldn't see it here. So let's make it deep enough. So let's put another one in front. For our kettles. That way we can have, because we don't really have enough room for, you know, all the different brew tanks. All right, so let's put some of the lodge barriers. It's yellow. It's not really happy right there, is it? I'd rather it was not yellow, but it's not a structural thing. It's not going to be used for structure, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. And then let's put the ones on top. Don't want it to pop out the other side. So we'll put the kettles up here. I think I'll put some floor. What do you think? Should I put some floor? I don't think I can do a whole one. So it'll probably be a bunch of these. That way you're not like showing is it gonna let me come out to that edge? I was kind of hoping it would let me come out to the edge there. So it's either gonna sit back or it's gonna sit out. At least it covers the adamant, right? And then we are going to have the tavern counters in front. Come on. Get down from there. Let's go up over here. Go from this way. Hopefully I can see the edge, but you know, there are going to be kettles up here. I think it's turning out to be quite a nice community, right? With the visiting dignitaries, long, you know, small longhouse. Then you got the big clan lodge over there for probably like lieutenants and the chief and whatever you call them when they're dwarves. They're lords, right? Because he's a lord. Well, they're a lord when they finish the quests. Let's see if we can do this a little better. I suppose one thing people like to do, we haven't done, is make like a bathhouse. And there is a spot over there that has a little water, like a little pond up above, up high. So I suppose you could put a little, make that like, I don't know, pretend it's a little hot springs and put a little house there. don't want to spend so much time getting these floors perfect like I did before. Especially in an area that won't be completely visible to people. Alright. So now you would put your kettles up here. I'll bring them a little, yeah, I need to bring it forward so you can actually get to it. Now that floor is really off. Okay, I can't let that one stay there. Can't let that go. You could tuck in something behind the giant statue, yeah, the giant back here. Oh yeah, back in this little water area down here. Yeah, it's a good idea. Then you don't have to go so far away from where everything is. I think didn't Blue and Jubo, didn't we have that one of the fought spaces? We had, they made like a fishing piers type setup. I don't know why that's popped up so high, but there we go. That's better. All right, let's put our kettles down. I'll have to make room for the alchemical still. Let's see, let's put one here. We will tuck the alchemical still back here in the corner. Let's see, I'm trying to make sure I space these well. They don't need to be like right on top of each other. I usually don't make all the brews anyway. Suppose I could. I could have them, you know, smash them in there, but don't really want to. So we're going to brew nothing because apparently I'm too far away from that build bag? Interesting. And it's down there, and my long house is down there. So, have we reached the vertical, is that what it would be, the vertical limit of the hearth? That I can't pull from the food bag? And if that's the case, even if I use the food bag up here to, didn't really want to use up space for a hearth. I wonder if I can hide it underneath, like embed it, right? I've seen people embed it in things and you still get the use of it. But you embed it. Can't you embed it into adamant? Maybe not because the kettle is there? So I thought you could embed into it. Now the question will be, can I put the kettle on top of it? Yeah, it's not gonna let me. All right. Well, but see, the hearth is, let me see, where's the lines? Okay, now I'm confused. Because it does reach up here. So why can't I access the food? So I need to go check out where, oh, I know why. Because that food backpack is at the hunting lodge. So I'm gonna have to go get the food backpack. So I can make my brew. Yeah, I remember now where the bag is. So it is not a hearth issue. It is a bag is definitely too far away from the hearth. All right, let's go get our food bag. Yeah. You see what I'm making the priority. I'm making the tavern and the dance floor the priority. Food bag is this way. And I think I'm gonna move these barriers because I like the open feel of it. But if I do use it as a, a campaign world, we'll have to see how the walls work. So let's see, can you just trade it, or do you have to put, where'd the other one go? Oh, okay, we're gonna leave that there. Get our brew started. And then we'll have to put in the kitchen and some storage and put some items in the storage for the kitchen. And I want to do some beams. Like I made it kind of open so I could put some of the decorative beams. I'll probably put some beams at least possibly down here, maybe up here. I'll put some cross beams just so it looks kind of decorative. This ceiling's definitely higher, so I could probably get away with the cross beams. Oops, full cross beams here, but then you gotta, you got your stair. And I tried different stair designs, and this is the one I ended up keeping, so. All right. Now, we are gonna have to go put the food back and get my other build bag, so. I think I'll put an evening ale downstairs where the sleeping's going to be. So we'll do some smoked mead here. And we gotta have the Fangorn Drought. It gives you some good bonuses. And then let's do, I haven't found Mirror on this world yet, so. Did I do the bead? I got, fell off. that's the fangorn. That is just smoked meat, I believe. We haven't even found the hobgoblet yet, so we're gonna do the tea because it goes with this world, right? That makes sense. We will do the dark-eyed stout. That's one of the ones with the DLC. And then we'll do the Scour Pilsner because eventually I would be going down to the... So we got that going. So now I have to trade the bag. Or I'll just... Yeah, I've got to go back and get the other bag because that one's the big bag. But what I'll do is I'll hang the food here because I'll probably be eating in this area while I'm, you know, building. So we will put this bag. No, I didn't want to take that. We're going to keep this. And we're going to put this. We're going to hang it up. And then we're going to run over and get the other one. I really like this cosmetic, don't you think? The Beorn cosmetic. I really like it. I think it'd be next to the choosing between it and the Lord's outfit you get at the end. I would probably pick this one. Unless I was... All right, so what else we got going on here? So it's got a boxy kind of profile, but hey, princess, I'm sorry I missed you. If not, you could sink the hearth into the wall or put a temple in. Okay, hello, Princess Kai. I happened to be mentioning you, honestly, talking the other day. Because someone was saying it makes them nervous when somebody pops in, says hi, and then leaves. Like they think maybe they're a spammer. And I'm like, no, I got Princess and Jishy both. They pop in, say hi, but our time differences are so extreme, right? That we often don't connect with each other. All right, so... let's continue. I hope you're okay. I hope you're still there. I'm sorry I missed it. Maybe I need to turn up my thump for the chat. So I didn't hear it. All right, this is going to be our dance floor and our tavern, our outdoor tavern. So we need to make our bar counter, right? So we're going to do the tavern counter. I missed it again. I keep missing it. Why do I keep... There we go. So we're going to put these really close, snug to the wall. Of course, we have to make a spot for the bartender to get through, right? Actually, I think what I'll do is I'll make this how the bartender gets in, right? Because it's going to be too hard to get in. So I'm going to go ahead and go across so I line it up right. Then I'm going to take one out for the bartender. I mean, I suppose I could leave it open and the, but you'd have to trust the dwarves to make more brew when they drink it all. I pop in and say hi when I can. It's 7:48 in the morning here. Yes, Princess, you're definitely on a different time zone. And I still have 2 little ones when I take my oldest to school, at least until my daughter starts pre-K next month. That'll be nice. So I still have a lot going on during the day, which is usually when you're on. Yep. I promise I'm not a bot. I know you're not a bot, because I've had chats, whispers with you, right? So, I guess it's really hard. I was actually asking in the creator program Discord, like, how do people decide, like, what's the clue to you that it's a bot, or like someone in fishing, or whatever you would call it. How would you decide? I mean, how does one know? Because so far everybody I've met has been pretty awesome. But how would one know? All right, so we got to leave it open for a little bit. I don't know if I like it open right on the end like that, but we're going to keep it. I love when I get to see you, though. A lot of people have mods to prevent mods and trolls from coming into the chat. Yes, I do. I have 3 mods, real live people, and I got Streamer Bot and Stream Elements, and I have learned how to kick people off at Twitch. Not necessarily yet on YouTube. All right, so you're a bot, you're a spicy bot. Yes, Alaska. Definitely a spicy bot. Well, that's kind of unusable space if I have it so far back. You can't get your dwarf belly through that little spot if I want to make use of it. So let's put it back a little bit. So let's put, let me have, if I put one of these here, that'll give me a sense of how far back I can push it. Then whoever was in here should get some too. Oh, Raven, I'm sorry I missed it. Hey Grandma, just going to lurk in the background while I try and strive off my boredom while watching stream and playing a little Dreamlight Valley. Oh, okay. Absolutely cool. Don't make fun about my dwarf belly. It's my emergency supplies for those dark shadow cursed mines. That's right, but if I'm gonna have a bar, I might as well have it easy to access with our big bellies. I'm not making fun, it's just one of those realities, right? We are dwarves, we have bellies. So that'll give a little bit more room. I could put a couple of stools down here. Oh, that's off a little. All right. I don't have the little countertop you can put down that the bartender, you know, can go under to get in, but we'll just have to have the dwarfs be on an honor system, right? Do I want it open like at the end? Or do I want like an open like that? I don't know. So if I put, that's gonna go through the wall. If I do that, right? No, doesn't look like it goes through the wall. So if that's the case, maybe I'll take this one out for the bartender. Or does it make more sense to have it open at the end? I think I'll have it open at the end. Alright, then we need some stools. No, let me think about this. If we're going to have the dance floor Shall we just put some gilded floor just for the dance floor instead of the whole area? So no, we want the gilded floor. So is it gonna let me put it on top? I can't clip it in, so it's gonna have to be raised up just a tad. Gotta move it over though. If that's how I'm gonna if I can't snap it, let's move it over. Problem is my you know, when you start putting in the posts for the gazebo are gonna want to snap. Yeah, okay. I don't think it's going to be centered. So we'll make a small dance floor. I'll try it here. We'll see what happens when I try to do my gazebo. So I
I need you to let me touch it.
Thank you, Princess.
Touch it? I have to do it very
I have
gingerly.
to do it. I have to touch it very gingerly. So I normally do the tall wood column. I do have redeems now. Yes, Princess. And that was a lot of fun, picking the ones I wanted to do. That was definitely a fun activity, picking the ones that I wanted to use. There's a lot of either supernatural or movie ones. Supernatural, movies, TV shows. Those are all the ones I picked. I just got them not too long ago. Gosh, maybe a week, if that. All right, we're gonna do. It's gonna have to be raised up a little bit, so I might end up putting a plant or something in front of them. We'll see. Let's cap those off with the ornate crown. So this is a gazebo idea that I came up with a while back, and I always think, oh, I've probably stolen that idea from somebody, but I was reassured that this was my own original idea. I'm like, finally, my own original idea. So I don't want another post there. So let's use some lattice. I also kept them, Princess, I also kept them inexpensive. You know, so that you don't have to like have hundreds of points. You know, I think, what are they, 50 or 100 or something? I think the only one that's more than that, there's a Deadpool one that I made 250. I think because, you know, it's Deadpool. It's worth more. All right. Cool. So then we do the floor. So I like to do this polished floor because you get that nice pattern underneath. And I don't worry about it being perfectly lined up since nobody's going to see it. You just do the best you can. Probably going to have to put a scaffold up here though. Now sometimes I completely close the roof of these, this ceiling of these, and sometimes I leave them open. I think it depends on how much sunlight I have coming in, you know. And sometimes I use the vine, the Entwood one. But given that I'm up here in the air, it doesn't seem likely that there'd be a vine all the way up here, right? If you're a builder, you definitely want to find the adventures of Miriak Fermax's new video. He talks a lot about the strength of the Beorn, the wood lodge materials compared to some of the other ones, and that helped me with this one a lot. I decided to put the adamant, to sandwich it, the wood over the adamant, so I don't have to have it, you know, a whole bunch of barrier out front. And it still looks nice. You can't tell that you've got an extra layer under there. Alright, let's make a scaffold to get up there. Remember when I first started building in Return to Moria? Oh my gosh, of course that was a year ago, before they've improved the build ability so much since then. But you would get a lot of dusting, you know, the granite would dust if you didn't have enough support under it. I think it's gotten a whole lot better and a whole lot easier to work with. Let's see if I can squeeze up here. No, nope, too low. Nice view of the Narvi Forge from right here, isn't there? Let's see. Come on. I'm probably too close to the lattice right here, huh? There we go. So now we do another floor. That's funny. Why is that up so much higher? Look at me starving as usual. No, that's wrong. You didn't notice, okay. Russell's here. Hi, Russell. Just wanted to say hi, and that I'm cool and I are lurking. Great. I hope you're having fun while you're lurking. And we do have some ads coming up in a couple minutes. I'm still not happy we are being forced to do ads, but oh well. That's how it goes sometimes. Polish this off a little bit here. Is that right? There we go. All right, let's see if we can get this floor to snap where I want it. There we go. That's better. Yeah. But that one's not. All right. Eat some breakfast or dinner or something here. Princess, did you get the new DLC? It's so much fun if you're a builder. Russell, also just want to say I love all your cat shorts. Aren't those fun? Patches is adorable. We have a kitten we recently introduced to our previously solo kitty, and the antics are great. Raven says my boredom is getting the better of me again as I'm once again changing games from Dreamlight Valley to Final Fantasy 15. There's been that many? I wish there was no such thing as being bored. Yes. Russell, it's funny because those videos, those cat videos, get more views than my game videos. I find it comical, you know what I mean? I just find it comical that they get more views. Maybe I should do all cat videos. But it's fun. She's a character too. She seems to have a much more playful personality than my other cats. She sure is a hunter though. Oh my gosh. She keeps bringing the critters in. Hi Jedi Allen. Yes, I love kitties. But it's funny how each, certainly each cat has their own personality. We are making a gazebo, Jedi. And because nobody's really going to be up here, I'm not going to get too freaked out when they're not completely lined up, like that corner. Because nobody will see it up here. But that is way too low. That one is. We're making a gazebo. This is going to be a rooftop tavern and dance floor. Which means I will probably have to put some lights, right? Some of those Christmas lights look really good on a dance floor. I used to have two ferals when I was younger that would constantly bring presents. Yes, they think they're presents. To the back porch. My two cats now are both indoor kitties, so I don't get trophies anymore. I don't know if I'd call them trophies, but yeah. Yeah, I've always kind of had indoor and outdoor cats. I've never really had indoor, exclusively. But I have one that he's exclusively outdoor. He does not want to be in. We adopted him from the pound, so maybe he just is slightly feral. I mean, he doesn't fight or anything with the other cats. He just has no interest in hanging out inside. So I got him a little doghouse outside and blankies, and we put food out, and he can come in the doggy door if he wants to. He just chooses not to. All right, I think we're going to leave the gazebo open. Oh, oops. I had my first traumatic experience in Return to Moria today. Traumatic experience, a hidden mithril shaft. Yeah, if you're in campaign, right? Why was that a traumatic experience? One here. I think we're gonna put the I wonder if it'll let me put the, what are they called, ornamental crown. I think I can put one of those here, right? Give it a little bit more design. Kind of hard to see what I'm doing down here. Those aren't right, are they? I need to get up. I need to go up. I need to go see them from the outside, I think. So let's get up there. Anyway, Russell or Jedi, why was it traumatic to find the mithril shaft? Did you crash? Did you crash to the bottom? That is often what happens, huh? Yes, those weren't even close. What the heck? I was anchoring to the wrong thing. Now that one's correct. Let's do this one. Probably just couldn't see well what I was doing. I think I haven't put one of the posts on here. That's what's missing. Because I'm walking around minding my own business, then when I'm falling to the bottom, plus you hate heights. Hi, Time Lord. Haven't seen you in a bit. Yeah, it's no fun to fall to the bottom, especially because there's also spiders down there, so when you go back to get your body, why is that one so much lower? Don't really need them here, do I? Really, honestly. But I'm curious why that one was lower. Then there's spiders down there. Oh, crap. Baloney's wooden post. I knew I was going to do that. I definitely need to learn to pay attention to where I am. Come on, up here. There we go. Is this the first time you have a mod? As far as Jedi? Is that who you were talking? Jedi and Tyler both help me out with moderating. Fortunately, I had the ROP. Oh, so you didn't die. You just scared yourself. Did something happen that made you realize I had a bot? Did I miss something? I haven't had too much trouble with, you know, people being mean in chat, but they also help me with doing the shout outs and doing the giveaways, and I think we're going to leave that one open right there. Do this one down here. Yeah, I have, because I don't, you know, sometimes somebody will tell me, well, that's a spammer. And I'm like, it is? I don't know, I'm kind of gullible, I think, you know. And I don't, I don't realize it's a spammer sometimes. I think I've only ever had like one completely like rude, like if I was your grandmother, I'd be pulling you by your ear kind of moment. Somebody just, you know, just foul, just definitely trying to be rude. It's like somehow they get a thrill out of being rude, right? I don't get it myself. Oh, it's the first time you've seen them here. Yeah, they're fairly new. I developed a team recently, and Jedi's one of them. And the other one is named Brood Bitch, 34, but she's not been rude to me ever. And then Tyler helps out when she's not at work. And it's definitely appreciated. Like I said, sometimes you just don't, and I'm not good at knowing how to coordinate, you know, I have to kick this person. I'm not good at coordinating how I stop and kick, and that's why you block certain phrases, yeah, certain phrases. Some of the trolling online is warranted given people's behavior, but trolling grandma is next level stunted, right? And maybe that's why I've been lucky. A more recent one was they just came in here and they said, "Hello, ancient Karen," and I was like, "Why are you calling me Karen? Name's not, you know." So finally I was like, "Are you using that like as an insult?" And they're like, "Yeah." Well, you can go insult somebody somewhere else. Yeah, I don't need you here. But they admitted it. Yeah, people like to be jerks, right? It's because it's anonymous, right? They probably, I mean, there are jerks that are going to treat you that way no matter what, but being online is anonymous. You feel a sense of power because nobody knows who you are. I think it's sad that you feel like that's all you have in your life to do. That you don't have something that gives you joy that doesn't hurt people in the process. All right. Ooh, quit falling off of there. All right. How does that look? We'll put a post there in the middle. And probably one on that side. Get a little more finished. Now I have been known to do this one in here, like in the center as well, just for an extra pretty. That one's red. Oh, maybe it was orange. Yes, definitely very obnoxious. Niles Swift. Niles, welcome in. Glad you're here. Thanks for coming by. We're just having some interesting conversations. Shouldn't this be a building stream in a very early area? Very early area. Well, this if I'm in campaign, so this is pretty early.
I'm the Doctor. I'm a Time Lord. I'm from the planet Gallifrey, the constellation of Kasterborous.
Had people being rude about my spelling online gets me every time. Aw. Yeah. And it's difficult because sometimes our name has special meaning to us. And we've put a lot of thought in it, and then people don't, you know, they don't understand it. Let's put some lights. This is our dance floor, so we have to have lights. Do we want the lights on the inside or the outside? But you know, everybody's got to find out. Oops, I got these backwards, don't I? Everybody's got to figure out what brings them joy. Chain of lights. I can't seem to find any for bronze ingots. Oh, copper? You have to go down into the mines. You have to go from the Elven Quarter into the mines. If you're in campaign, then you need copper and tin. Oh, LOL, that comment would be answering whether there would be story spoilers. Yeah, that's the trick. Sometimes you go in there and you find all sorts of tin, copper and no tin. And one time the only place I could find tin was in a troll cave, and I'm like, that's not right. But yeah, that's where it's gonna be. I mean, later in the game you might find some more too, but you're really gonna have to find it in the mines. Oh, let me put it there. Oh, it wants it up higher. So I'll have to put this one up a little higher too, just for symmetry.
Niles just followed.
Might blind them. It might. But at night you could see it from far away. And who just followed? Oh, Niles did. Thank you, Niles. All right, we got our lights. Let's put that one up a little higher too. Thanks for coming in, Niles. Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of spoilers in here unless I say something about in-game, because this is as far as I've gotten in this world. So there won't be any other... I'm not going to be running around into more advanced areas. All right. This is our gazebo for our dance floor. And I'm thinking I want to maybe bring one more down just for some more design. Oh, the mines are very large, and there's a sub-level that the map doesn't tell you about. Yeah, especially if you're in sandbox, but yeah, campaign too, for sure. All right, what do we think of the gazebo? I think it's looking pretty fine. Our little dance floor. Looks like it's floating because I didn't want it to snap to the floor. I didn't want it to go through the floor. And the gilded floor would not lay flush for some reason. So it's a little bit floaty in the air, but we're not going to worry about it too much. You're in campaign. Yeah. Sometimes you really got to make sure you're checking all the stairs. Sometimes you'll find a stair structure that'll go up to a different level, not the kind of stairs you might find in sandbox, but you do have to see, what am I looking for? Make sure you've scoured it all for sure. Shall we put maybe a couple potted plants in the corners? That'll kind of hide the fact that it is floating. Sometimes I've put like a little stage for, you know, the dwarf band to play. But they'll just, I don't know, to stand on the stand on the bar, play their music. All right, let's put some stools in front of the bar. Are we doing the simple stool or are we doing the regular stool? Let's do the regular one. It's kind of little fancier. I'm not going to have them real perfect because, you know, people don't ever put their chairs back the way they need to, especially after you've been sitting in the bar for a while. All right, there's our bar stools. There's our bar keep. Might have to make some armor for them to wear, so it looks like there's actually somebody there. So do we want tables and chairs? Do we want carpet? Do we want carpet where the seating's going to be? What do you think? You like the gazebo? I love these. I don't know. One day I just came up with the idea and I love it. Love it, love it. Time Lord boy, will you watch The Search of Gollum when it comes out? You know, it's really going to depend on who's in it. I heard that Ian McKellen was coming back. I don't know if that's just a rumor. And then I heard Frodo, what's his name? Oh, is it Elijah? Can't think of his name right now. The kid who plays Frodo was supposed to come back, but it will probably depend. If they bring some of the returning actors back, I probably would. I watched the Ring of Power series because I liked the acting and the story, but everyone who was a Tolkien fan was like, it sucked. So there you go, Elijah Wood. Thank you. But I liked it for the story. You know, I liked the story that was being portrayed, even if it didn't, you know, match the lore. See, you can tell my floor's not exactly level because of the carpets. So we'll have to go up a little bit higher. We can go up just a tad. There we go. We'll put some chairs here. I could do chairs with tables or benches. Let's do tables. I don't really like these little tables, honestly. That's where, oh, it's not going to work there because it's not sitting on the floor. All right. Let's see if I can get it down. That's the problem with the floors not being perfect. So we'll have to go here. He's going to be in it. It was revealed they were both going to be in it. Yeah, that's what I thought I heard. If I could, Russell says if I can only preserve 5 movies, 3 of them would be the original trilogy. Now, last night during my Oblivion stream, someone said that there were some Lord of the Rings series in the 70s, movies in the 70s, and that the Peter Jackson ones are better, and I would absolutely probably agree with that, but I didn't even know there was some in the 70s. I don't remember. They messed up some of the lore in the Rings of Power. The other movies, Russell, are cartoons? The Lord of the Rings movies? Oh, we have to have troll stuff up here, right? I agree. One of them looks grim. One of the 70s movies. Yeah, if they were cartoons, I mean, Peter Jackson's definitely got it going on then. Russell, messed up is an understatement. They used the LOTR veil to promote weird shit like orcs have families and are misunderstood. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, you know, it makes you wonder how they get permission to use the material when they're gonna make it so vastly different from the story. Um, I mean, I don't know. How do they get away with that? I don't know. All right. We'll go over here. Yeah, the 70s films were cartoons. I think he means the animated film. Oh, okay, Time Lord, thank you. Um, yeah, that would definitely be a different perspective. I don't know. I mean, it feels to me that if you're going to do something that's based on a prolific writer like Tolkien was, and stories that were so loved by everybody, that you can't take too much creative license. I think that's kind of disrespectful myself. Right? I think so. My 2 cents. So we'll get the tavern done, and then we'll actually go put in some bedrooms. You know, it is a community inn, so we have to have rooms for people to sleep in. Let's put some troll furniture up here. Of course, it's going to turn to stone. No, it's not. I thought there'd be sunshine up here. Let's put a couple troll, a couch here and there, little ottomans. You can put your feet up. Or set your drink down. Rings really suffers from them not having the rights to the Silmarillion. The only thing they can use are The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. And Niles agrees, apparently, with that. Time Lord says, believe it or not, Grandma, the Beatles were going to make Lord of the Rings films? Really? Niles says the Silmarillion, I said it right the first time, would be difficult to properly make a show about, though, the way it is written. I have not read it. I have not read in quite some time. Just don't have the drive anymore after I went to school. I'm like, nah, it's okay. I'm good. Let's put 2 down here. I can sit back here and canoodle while they're watching people dance. And we'll put a little table in between them. Should we put one of the ward carpets up here? I always wonder if you should. Would be difficult to properly make a show about, though. Okay. It would be difficult, but also the estate has said they will never give the rights to the Silmarillion. Russell, it's just too encompassing to make it a film. There's too much content. Jake says R.I.P. R.I.P. What did I miss, Jakes? Time Lord says probably true. Russell, the Silmarillion, I mean. And Jedi says hi. Hi, Jakes. And Tyler says, I actually really like the War of the Rohirrim, though. Niall says, it's an interesting book, but it's hard read, huh? How you doing, Jakes? We are talking about Lord of the Ring trivia, movies and cartoons, and the upcoming, what is it called? Search for Gollum? Is that what you called it? I know I saw one ad about it. There we go. And if Ian McKellen and Elijah Wood are in it, then I'm thrilled. Hunt for Gollum. War of the Rohirrim was enjoyable but not great, in your opinion. I never even heard of War of Rohirrim. So you got me on that one. All right, let's put some more... I'm so glad we have couches now. Aren't you guys glad we have couches? I just think that is awesome. And I thought I would have sun up here, but that's okay. We are golden. So, you know, when you drink too much here in the tavern, you can just lay on the couch and take a nap. Yeah, John Lennon asked Stanley Kubrick to direct, but he said it was impossible to make. Tyler says, it's very nostalgic for me. I grew up watching that style of animation. Oh, yeah. Jake says, about to hit online class, taking a break and watching you now. All right, Jake's is computer class, is that right? If I remember correctly, I think. You're taking some IT courses? Boy, I would definitely need a break for that. Yikes. All right, let's put a candelabra in the corner. Russell, the only reason I'm not excited for The Hunt for Gollum is because it isn't being directed by Peter Jackson. It sure makes a difference, doesn't it? Right? Because each director has a different vision, and you know, it could just literally not match what you've already, the flavor of that series. The War of Rohirrim is a 2024 animated film set in the Lord of the Rings universe, focusing on the legendary King Helm Hammerhand and the history of Rohan. And Russell says it's actually being directed by the guy who played Andy Serkis is directing it? Oh, I knew he's a very versatile actor, but I didn't know that he was a director. Let's see. Let's put another candelabra here. One here. The helm from Helm's Deep. That sounds about right. Well, what do you think? I think, should we put some more troll couches here? I think so. I think so. I need to decide, though, if I'm going to put a ward carpet up here. I mean, I like them, but I don't know if I want them in the dance area. I don't know why. I mean, if you've been drinking at the tavern, you don't need to be tripping over the ward carpet. It doesn't exactly lay flat. Okay, you don't get to put your feet up if you're on these. Not enough room. I'd probably put one here in the center, right? Just for the decorative purpose. Yeah, what do you think? I think that looks good. And he's done some other stuff since then, but that was in his main directing debut. He actually directed the B camera team for the Hobbit film. Okay. And main directing, he was mentored in it by Peter Jackson. Well, that makes sense, right? He was in the film. Then he played a character in the Marvel movies, and that was the first time I actually saw him in person. Let's see. Russell, not even joking. I'm so happy that Beatles thing never happened, simply because I think it would have altered things such that we'd never have gotten Peter Jackson's work. That's an interesting possibility, right? All right, so I think our rooftop tavern looks awesome. Let's put, I don't know why, but I want some candelabras up here. I don't know why. Oops. You're in my way, dude. And then here. Tyler says they front-loaded his acting scenes for Hobbit to get them out of the way so that he could focus on directing. That makes sense. I've watched the behind-the-scenes documentaries almost as many times as I've watched the films. Well, that gives me something I need to watch, doesn't it? I want one here too. And we're going to put our bartender back, and we need to make him some clothes. Too bad you can't put a cosmetic on him, right? That'd be kind of cool. Alright, so we got our bartender. Our barkeep. We'll get some clothes for him. Well, what do you think, guys? There's no stage. Like, I've made him large enough in the past that I had a little stage for the musicians for the dancing, but maybe it'll just be the folks that are just sitting at their tables. Alright. So, this is the sleeping area. And I'm going to put on my Eregion armor cosmetic so I can see what I'm doing. The Beatles, maybe I just put partial now that Jackson stuff. Yep. Actual casting made you laugh out loud. Time Lord says, I'm a little worried, Grandma, because they might use AI to make Vito look, younger. Yeah, some of those don't work, right? I also read a whole book about PJ's journey directing them. It was my break book when I was still at my old job. Yoko Ono could be Gollum. Oh, man. People probably agree with you on that one. All right, I want to do some cross beams, I think. So I have to decide, do I want them like down here at this level? Or do I want to put them like high up there? Let me see, let me put them, why is that red? Alright, so do I want them up high? What do you think, Guy? Up high or down lower? What do we think on the cross beams? Can't decide. Dance floor is above the sleeping. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way it works. But we'll make a rule. We'll make a rule that, you know, after a certain time of night, they have to go to bed. Let's hope they don't tap dance in the middle of the night. Yep. John was going to play Gollum. Oh, like John Lennon was going to play Gollum? Gollum gets shot at the end as opposed to the fires of Mordor. Oh. Let me stop. Russell, dark joke. Okay. I don't know. That might be too soon for some fans, right? I don't. Now, if this is a community lodge, so the clan lodge that's across the way has 3 sleeping areas for like the lieutenants and stuff, and this was going to be a community lodge, so maybe it just has open bedrooms, like open beds, because it's a community lodge. And I can, I know what I could do. Instead of making a bunch of Betty's beds, what if I did the mansion beds? And for a little bit of privacy, instead of building a whole wall, you could do like a barrier between each one. You know, to give that little bit of sense of privacy. Or you can put, I make the tall ones kind of like a gazebo, and then I hang the banners, which is something I haven't added here yet, is the banners. I think I'll make it open since it's a community lodge. I'm going to make it open. Also, George Harrison was going to play Gandalf. Okay, I can see that. He always had that kind of tall, lanky look. Supposedly, anyway, it never happened. But can you imagine anybody other than Ian McKellen playing Gandalf? We were talking yesterday, I believe it was. Yesterday we were talking about movies that have been remade, and you know, was the remake better than the original? And then we were talking about like actors. Could an actor play it? Could another actor, like Maverick? I was talking about Maverick. Now, even though Maverick wasn't a do-over, right? Because it was a sequel. There are some, like, I can't imagine somebody other than Tom Cruise playing Maverick. And then there's movies like, I couldn't imagine anybody playing like any of Clint Eastwood's stuff. I mean, you got some of these actors that you're like, nobody else could do that. And I couldn't see anybody else playing Gandalf. Of course, I maybe I'm a purist, but like the original Avengers, right? The ones that were like 15 years with Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Hemsworth and that whole clan. I couldn't ever see anybody else playing any of those roles. It would really be hard for me. And then when they announced that Robert Downey Jr. was coming back to the MCU universe, but he's coming back as Doctor Doom, I don't like that. And everybody's like, well, you know, it could be another universe, blah, 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 you know, whatever multiverse sort of thing. And I'm like, no, don't like it. Don't want it. I don't know. It just doesn't work for me. Let's see. Do I want him? Let's see. Should I move this one over? I'm going to move this one over a little bit. The Fellowship, they shuffled the filming schedule so that Ian could wrap X-Men. Yep. That just proves how perfect he was for the role. Yep. They're remaking a lot of films at the minute, so we're getting it if we like it or not. Yes. My favorite RDJ movie is Tropic Thunder. Right? I mean, the whole movie was so funny. I don't know if it would fly these days though. If you haven't seen the movie, highly recommend it. Yep, definitely seen that one. Definitely. And Jake says, what about the Ballad of Bilbo Baggins song from the 60s by Leonard Nimoy? What? It's frankly terrifying. It flies with you, huh, Russell? Leonard Nimoy sang? Gosh, I don't know if I'd want to see that. It would ruin my whole Spock thing, you know? But what do you guys think? Have there been any movies that have been remade that you actually think was better than the original? And I'm talking movies like Gone with the Wind. You know, nobody's remade that one. Or, like, could they redo the Matrix movie with someone other than Keanu Reeves? You know, those kinds of movies. Feed your dwarf. You're right. Feed my dwarf. She should probably take a nap, too. Like, I couldn't see anybody else doing, like, The Equalizer with Denzel Washington. I couldn't see anybody else doing some of those Dirty Harry, like with Clint Eastwood. I couldn't see anybody else doing that. The original Old Boy is still the best. The original Sam Raimi spelling. Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies are still better. Really? Man, I might debate that all day. Tobey Maguire, huh? I think I'm a big Tom Holland fan, unfortunately. I think I don't know. I mean, they're good. I would definitely watch them again and have watched them more than once. But I think for me it's Tom Holland. And then I think it'd be Andrew Garfield. I don't know why. Tobey Maguire just doesn't do it for me, I guess. Well, that's not going to work. How can you get into bed in that one? They're too close together. Who knew Spock sang? Well, did he, though? Did he really sing? I mean, would you call it singing, or was it, you know, like a cat screaming? I mean, was it singing? I don't know. I haven't heard it. But I just think there's some movies you just should remake. Like, I hope nobody tries to remake, like, Gone with the Wind. I mean, there's just some movies that I don't think you can remake. None of the Charlie and the Chocolate Factories have done it for me. It was the Gene Wilder one, and maybe that's because, you know, I'm an old lady and all that. But did not like Johnny Depp's version. I thought it was creepy as hell. And so I'm definitely old school on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And can't really move it over enough to get a fourth one in there. So I don't know, we'll put a plant or something over here. I think a plant would be too big, though, for that corner. Yeah, it's not going to fit right there. If I stick it through the wall, I just wouldn't want it to show out there. Yes, Gene Wilder's version is the best. Also, the original Total Recall is better than the one with Colin Farrell. Yes, I agree. Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger. I preferred the Maguire Spider-Man, but only because the others got rid of the radioactive spider thing and changed half the powers to tech. That's a good point. That's a valid point. And Time Lord says Tobey Maguire is a great Spider-Man. You're right. I mean, because Spider-Man with Tom Holland gets involved with Stark, right? And there's no Stark in the other ones. If I remember, I mean, right? There's no Tony Stark type character with the other Spider-Mans. So it definitely changes it. Maguire is closer to the comics. Oh, okay. That I did not know. All right, so it's a community lodge, so we need to put some more in. I think we can get one here, right? I think we can. Yeah, his Willy Wonka was like Michael Jackson. It just didn't work for me. I don't know. There's just some things you just can't duplicate it, you know? It's not for lack of trying, it just doesn't work. Like the Titanic, I mean, you know, even though I didn't like Johnny Depp in Willy Wonka, I thought he was pretty awesome in Titanic. And of course, Pirates of the Caribbean. I could watch that over and over again. Of course, you also got Orlando Bloom, and I could definitely watch him over and over again. Fantastic Four. The recent ones, or the ones way back with Chris O'Donnell, and where he played the flame guy. I think Toby, I could believe, was a nerd. Tyler, but the best Marvel character will always be Alpine the cat. Alpine the cat. Is that Alpine the cat? Wait, Johnny Depp was in Titanic? Absolutely. He plays Jack. He played Jack to Miss Caitlin Winslet's character. Don't want it so close that they can't get in there, you know what I mean? Sorry, but the English actor is good, but he was just too cool to be Peter. Jedi, dropped a link to the Bilbo song in the general tab in your Discord. Awesome, Jedi, thank you. Alpine is Bucky Barnes' emotional support kitty in the comics, but they didn't include her in the NCU. That was Leonardo. What did I say? Oh, I said Johnny Depp, didn't I? I apologize. You're right. Why did I say Johnny Depp? That's not right. He was in Titanic. You're right. That was Leonardo. I apologize. Got myself mixed up. But I was definitely talking about Titanic being one of those things you can't remake, I don't think. I don't think you can. Just like Gone with the Wind. I just think there's some movies you just can't remake. But Johnny Depp was definitely the one in the Willy Wonka, right? He did the Willy Wonka, and didn't he do an Alice in Wonderland also? Which I don't think worked. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, yeah. Speaking of Leonardo, did you see Quentin Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? I did not ever watch that one. I did not. I hear it was good though. Who was he with in that one? Turned down the role of Jack in Titanic though. Oh, maybe I knew that on some other level, right? It's long but amazing. Now, was DiCaprio the one in that movie? I think it was Matt Damon and DiCaprio where he's like an undercover cop. That one was pretty good. Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp's best movie to you is Sleepy Hollow. Okay. Brad Pitt is the best friend in that movie who plays his stunt double. Okay, I thought there was somebody like else in that. Raven, Johnny does both Alice in Wonder and Charlie, but Pirates of the Caribbean. Yes, I'm sorry, I confused it with Titanic. The Departed, yes, Russell, that one. I thought that was a seriously dark, violent movie. Yes. Let's put a carpet. What color carpet do we want in here? Some of these colors don't really show up well. The green one looks good though. All right, so we got 4 beds there. Sleepy Hollow is great. Grandma, if you like The Departed, you have to watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. All right, Russell, I will. Think Gone with the Wind would not be very politically correct to know. You know, so there's a lot of things. We were talking about Blazing Saddles the other night. You know, that's one of those that I don't think would fly in our current political climate. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that there's certain movies that would not go. And I think you're right. Titanic or Gone with the Wind would be one of those. It would be rude to put a dwarf bed under the stairs, wouldn't it? That would be kind of rude. But we can put a couple on this wall. Could not get into Once a Time in Hollywood. Oh, you couldn't get into it, Time Lord. Sorry for the cast, but you want my review. I will have to watch it. It'll probably be on my tablet at night, and hopefully it'll keep me awake. It's a slow burn with an insane payoff. Okay. Can imagine getting bored. I don't know if the actors are good, you know, if the actors are good, I can stick with the story. I think one of the movies that was remade that I really didn't like that they remade it was Gladiator. Or was that a series where they remade it? And my thought was, that's a Russell Crowe movie. That's not something I felt like you could remake. But then you've got, I mean, really old school, you've got Charlton Heston, right? He was a gladiator many moons ago. Yeah, Gladiator 2. Harry Potter's bed under the stairs. I could do that. Absolutely. I'm just thinking, you know, he'd be under there, he'd be getting splinters in his head all night long. All right, let's move this over. Okay, you guys didn't tell me which beams you like, if it's going to be the low or the high. Did I took them down? I took them down. I was trying to decide if I liked where I wanted the beams. Yeah, Blazing Saddles would never get made now. It'd be like trying to remake Taxi Driver, certainly. Ben-Hur is a classic. Yep, that's what I was thinking of, right? That's Charlton Heston. Okay, do we want the beams up high or down low? I haven't decided yet. They could probably even be somewhere in between. So you could have them 3 different heights. I'm not sure yet. All right, we can get another bed here, I believe. And should we put the little capitals on top of them? You know, the little bear heads. I don't know, is that gonna look funny? Let's see. They wouldn't bury in, they would be on the end of it, like that. Yeah, I like that. It kind of cleans up the end so it doesn't look so exposed. There we go. Just leave what alone. I say keep the beams low. I don't know why, but they're bringing back a lot of comedy films at the minute, like Naked Gun. I didn't even watch the new Naked Gun. That's one of those Leslie Nielsen things, and I'm like, Leslie Nielsen, he was classic, right? There's some things that I just wouldn't touch. And there's plenty of movies out there that you're like, yeah, it's all right. But like I watched the new Twister. Well, it's not like new. What did it come out last year? The original was Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt. And they did a remake. And it was all right. But the Helen Hunt, Bill Paxton one will always be my favorite. Feel the studio that had the rights wanted to remake them or something. They should leave the classics alone. I agree, Princess. They have ruined a lot of them by recreating them. Yep. Be a long shot, but I can't imagine remaking Snatch either from Guy Ritchie. Now that one had Brad Pitt, right? Oh, here's Cole. Man, you're here earlier than usual. I like some French films. Okay. You heard the new Naked Gun is good. Well, I suppose I could give it a shot. I like Leslie Nielsen one. You remember all those movies that were made back then, like Airplane. Remember Airplane and all the parody movies. There was a parody movie of Top Gun, right? And I think there was a parody movie of like Rambo, and I love all those parody movies. Ad starting in 2 minutes. Raven, I think sometime next month I will be trying to stream my Final Fantasy. Okay. Since it is the only game that I will go back to playing over and over. Yes. I agree. This game, I've been playing it. I got more than 2,000 hours into it, and I'm not bored. I just think there are some games you can just keep playing and not get bored. Eventually, some of them you know, the storyline's pretty predictable, and so you kind of know what the storyline is in this one, but I still like it. I still will play it. All right, I think I'll do another ward carpet up here, but let's finish our beds. So it's a community lodge, so we're not going to have individual rooms. I thought about making individual rooms, but it's a community lodge. I don't know, I think the little barrier gives them a little privacy, right? A little bit. Not a lot, but... So I only got one vote on the beams. And somebody said leave it, right? Leave the beams? You mean leave it like don't put him there, I think is what you meant. There we go. He was the boxer in it with Jason Statham as the lead. Yep. Jake's, well, I'm heading out, Grandma. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you, Jakes. Thanks for stopping by. And Raven says, I applied the storyline for me with Final Fantasy 15 since I also read fan fiction on it. So before I even finished the game, I knew exactly what was going to happen. Yeah, some games you play, you know what's going to happen. And that's okay. I'm replaying Oblivion, and I certainly can't remember. I can't remember it, so that's okay. But this one is pretty predictable, but I still find it that I like it. I've played Uncharted more than once. I've played God of War more than once. I've certainly played Skyrim more than once. Probably too many times. Tomb Raider, Uncharted, Skyrim. And then there's some you play once and you're like, okay. Nothing exciting about it. So, I think we're doing pretty good here. Should we do a Harry Potter bed? I think we might have to, just because. We'll put the guy that snores and doesn't bathe, we'll put him under the stairs. Because nobody else would want him around, right? I can't put one over here. That's going to be too crowded. And we can't put one right here by this step. But we could probably get at least one. And maybe one under the stair. All right, so we got that spaced out. I mean, we'd have to tuck it way back there the way I've got this laid out. So are we going to tuck one way back in here? What do you think? I don't know. I think I'll probably put a plant. Probably put a plant in the corner. That's something else I like about the Entwood DLC. You can do plants. So we got a plant back there. And let's put Probably should put some bookshelves or something, right? We will put another plant in this corner. I don't like empty corners. I've noticed that about my decorating style. I don't like empty corners. I don't know. Don't know why that is. All right, let's put a bookshelf here. I've seen people stack the bookshelves like that, and we got this tall ceiling. We can probably get away with it. Then again, then I'd have to put like a chair or something for them to step in, right? But we got these nice tall ceilings, so we should do that. What do you think? No, I don't like the scroll one being tall. We could put, I mean, we could put wall displays up so that people could hang their weapons. Or we could put, you know, something pretty on the wall. But we could also put like a wall display above the beds so they can hang their shield or their weapon. I've done it where I've put like armor stands as well. So we could put their shield, their armor. And that one's gonna have to go here. This one's gonna have to go there. I don't have any lights in here. We have to put some lights on. I don't know, maybe I don't want the beams. I don't know. Maybe I kind of like that open truss look. I mean, I made it tall because I like it to be more open. Ooh, you know what I could do though? You could put, you could hang banners down, right? Let's see, do I want capital to be, put a tall one there too? I don't know if I want a tall one though. Kind of looks out of place unless I put another barrier up there. So we're just gonna cap these off. Alright, and so this guy needs a place for his shield or his weapon. And we'll have to decide. Do you think I should put an armor stand so they can like take their armor off? I'll put an armor stand. So if I leave it open beam, I could use the bigger lights. I could even do the ruckus lamps. Let's see, where would I put it? Here. And then I'll put one over here. Let's see. There. And then let's hang a couple banners for some color. What color banners? I sure like the Rohirrim banner. I think it's just pretty. Right? It's just a nice looking banner. And we'll put yellow on one side of it. Because since it's a community house, right, we have to represent all the clans. We need a flag for Beorn, right? If there's a flag for the Rohan folks. And then a green one, I guess, right? There we go. So we gotta put a white one. We got white and blue, purple. I don't want to cover the window, but I kind of feel like I want a purple one right there. So we're going to cover the window because I want my purple one. I want the purple one to be right in the middle of the room. And then we need blue. Time to scrub some floors, which sadly means I'm not going to have a signal. Hopefully you'll be back later. Could add, oh, I missed that. Could add flags hanging from the barriers for privacy. That'd be a good use of the barriers. We'll see how this looks, and then we'll decide if we want to use the beams, the cross beams for. So we got a white one. Got to represent everybody, right? We've got a black one. Black one. Kind of hangs through the bookshelf. That doesn't make much sense. So we'll put, I don't know, we'll put a vase there or something. Let's put a vase on top of it. I don't know why, but we're going to put a vase up here. Come on. There we go. So we've got another color, right? What are we missing? Red. Red and orange. So they're gonna have to go here. And orange. I think we got them all, right? Yeah. So, do we want to hang? Let's put a light down here. How come I'm not seeing it? There it is. I know the other ones are really pretty. You know, you can put color in here, but I don't know. I think I like the ruckus lamps, right? All right, I think I want a warg carpet in here. really put any of the other decorations in here. The other ruckus orc hunter stuff. And then we'll put, what color? Blue? See, the blue doesn't look blue. The blue doesn't look blue. Got orange. Orange looks good. We need some light here in the corner though, don't we? Esquilette is here. Hi Esquilette, how are you doing? And good evening. We are working on our community build here. And we need, I don't know. I don't think I want that right there, do I? Because it's so big for the corners. So let's put candle here. I'm doing great too, Esquilette. It's been a good day. Got done with some training early and decided I needed to come play. So we're building our community lodge. And I feel like I need more light in this corner. I don't like the crystal lights. Do you guys like the crystal lights? I don't think the crystal lights fit. I don't think they belong. You know what I mean? Is this gonna look really weird here? I still got to work on the corners. I'm just noticing it through here too. I haven't finished my corners. Let me take off my Eregion armor, because then I will know how much light I need. Because that makes a difference. So we will put a candle down here. That really doesn't give me much light right there. Let's put, I'm going to tuck one of these back here behind. Give it a little light, but not be like right in your face. And I think, oh crap. I'm not even pointing at that. I'm pointing at the candelabra. Jeez. Alright, let's fix that. You're a little anxious. I'm traveling. Oh, where are you traveling to? And I hope it's for something fun. You don't like traveling, or you like flying or driving, or... I don't like flying. Absolutely don't like flying. I mean, I'll do it, but not my first choice. I like road trips. I like being able to get in the car, turn the music up loud, put on a good book if you want, chat and eat fast food that you wouldn't normally eat. All right. I think, I don't know, I just, maybe one of the vases or another plant. A bookshelf. I just feel like something else. Here I go again, having trouble with negative space. I'm going to Rio de Janeiro to apply for a Spanish citizenship, and legal workings always make you nervous, I imagine. And Slade said, as long as you turn the music down when you're looking for the address. Isn't that true? It is true. Hi, Ice Demon. Hey, you guys, if you listen to my start music or my end music, it was created by none other than Ice Demon Minecraft. He made me custom songs, and I enjoy them a great deal. And I have them on my Be Right Back screen for everything except Moria. For that one, I use the Gundabad March. Let's put a troll hide chair into here. You can grab a good book, come in here and read. I don't know. We should probably put a few chairs around because you're not gonna, I mean, it's not good to read in your bed. It messes up your sleep cycle. It's kind of dark over here. Let Esquilette, but it will be nice. I'll go to a nice beach and visit some nice places. It'll be warm there, I assume, this time of year. I need more light. That's what I'm after. I've never been, so I do not know. There we go. Let's put one of those little lights behind it. Behind the plant. Let's move the plant. We'll put the light in the corner. Then we will put the lamp or the plant back. And then we'll put the plant in front of it. The fake plant. Is it not going to let me now because of the light? Oh man. Alright, if you're going to be like that. You see, when you put the shade there, then you can't see it. Let's see if I can finagle. See if I can finagle one back here. Sort of. I can sort of get it in there. I got a little bit of light. I feel like I need another flag right here. We'll put another purple one since that's my favorite color. There we go. Well, they're not very... Let's move the orange one over a little bit. I haven't done much of the orc hunter. Maybe I need to put some more of that around. And we've got the lamp there. There we go. That looks more balanced. And those aren't even at the same height. Can't have that. There we go. That looks better. Jedi is off to Moria. Alright, Jedi. Probably missed it. I need to pay better attention to my chat. I have my little bot reminding me, you know, letting me know someone's in there, but then I get so engrossed I don't even hear it. Alright. Let's put this one. Put the Brotherhood Ale one up. That there. We probably could get we probably could make room for armor stand, so you have a place to put your armor. Let's see. And then they have their little, can I get it in there? And then they have a place to hang their this one might be a little close. I have to move the bed over. Will it let me move the bed over? tuck it back in this corner as best we can. See if I can put the bed in there. I wish you could like lay the sleeping bag on top here, right? So it looks like you have a blanket on there. This area, do I have too much light going on down here? Pretty bright down here, isn't it? Can you sleep with that bright light on? Armor stand, that's what I'm doing. And I haven't done a garden here in our little community. So I'm gonna have to decide where I'm gonna put a garden. All right. Here's your armor stand. Uh-oh. And these are too close together.
You'll not kill this dwarf.
Got it. Quit interrupting me, guys. I'm busy. Well, I better go because I have not completely fortified, but I did do sandwich adamant in between the wood. So even if they got here.
Orcs! We got orcs! Perfect.
So I don't have the
That's one
barrier
more
up
for
tall enough over there. This spot right here. It's probably where they're coming in, right? Yep. Like I said, I've sandwiched the adamant in there, so a troll might give me some trouble if I left it open. I'd like to leave it open. I hate having to put a barrier right outside, right? I need some lights out here. We are definitely going to hang the ruckus lamps. And I realized I have to finish my roof. I haven't put the corners on yet. Alright, and then let's put these by the front door. That looks good. Now we got some light going on out here. Let's put one more over here. Yeah, I mean, I know it's important to have fortification, but I think it just kind of takes away from your, when you build, when you have to put something there. And I need to get up and finish my roof. My roof is not finished. In fact, for some reason, the backside looks like it's a totally different height, but I know it's not. But we do need to finish the corners. I feel like I don't like the crystals. I think they just look way too modern, but I'll have to get up there and put a light, I think. I don't know. So eventually I want to put some like tables and chairs and stuff out here, and that's why I don't want to have the barriers up. I mean, I suppose I could go to the effort of tying all the hearths together and then blocking off the ends. I suppose because there's only, what, 2 doors, right? The one that goes into the mine and the one you come in when you first get here. But I don't know. Boy, figuring out where to put all the hearths would sure be a trick, wouldn't it? I I saw Miriak too doesn't like the underside of the truss. So he was putting like granite to make it a closed eave. I don't know if I like that. Falcon Fixer's here. How much longer are you playing? Why? Are you planning dinner? Order some pizza. I can eat that on camera, right? I'll just turn my camera off. We haven't done our kitchen yet. Let me go finish the roof though before I forget what I'm doing. Gotta get those corner eaves on. How'd this turn out, you guys? What do you think? I think it turned out pretty good. Of course, I bought some fresh fish. Oh my goodness. Lingcod or rockfish? Alright, I think this is, I think our first and second, our second and third story is looking pretty good. Well, we don't want pizza if you brought fresh fish. Definitely. Living on the coast, that is something we take advantage of. Rockfish caught yesterday. I might have to take a break and eat, guys. I could eat here, literally, and just turn the camera off. I wouldn't want to eat in front of you guys. I mean, it'd be bad enough you'd hear me chewing. But you can't turn down fresh fish. I mean, I suppose you could, but you would be mocked relentlessly here on the coast. Yeah, go ahead and get started. I can always put the Be Right Back screen on. I think this is looking pretty good. You can't eat it all. You gotta share. What am I missing? Everybody's got their place for their weapons, their armor. You could put a little bookshelf right here. I definitely want to put some of the orc hunter stuff outside. Let's do this one. Let's see. All right. I think it's looking pretty good. I think I'll do a little tour video when I'm done too, to post. So you don't have to watch the whole stream to see it. Okay, everybody needs a chest. Put their gold in or whatever, you know. Everybody got one? Everybody's got one. Might be too much light in here. I mean, it's funny, when I'm standing in a certain spot, it looks super bright, and then, like, see? What is that about? It looks like it's gonna blind you. And then when you get closer, it goes away. Bizarre. Alright. I think it looks pretty good. We're going to have to find a spot for the memorial flame and for your pile of gold that you can admire before you leave. You know, maybe I'll put this here. That is something this character is not doing. This character is not carrying a Felbeast head. What is with that? Alright. I need to eat again, don't I? Alright, so Uh-oh, look, those things popped through the floor. No, we can't have that. Oh, that makes me sad. So we're gonna have to keep them above the floor a little bit. That is sad. Can I do it without them wanting to snap below the surface? Can I do it? See, now I got stuff in the way. The barriers might not work, huh? Well, that one doesn't look like it sunk in. Let's go look. Well, I don't think I'm going to use those if they're going to poke through. And it does, even if I'm careful. Maybe either I don't separate them, or I can put like a wood post. Let's see if that'll go through. I could put some lattice and a wood post. See if I can get it in the middle there. Let's see if that's going to go through. Okay, let's go see if that pokes through. That's too bad. I kind of liked using the barrier. Alright, that did not poke through. Okay, well, you know, design flaw, I suppose. It's funny, one of them's called the trim barrier and the other one's called the carved barrier. I didn't notice that. Make sure I'm deleting what I want to delete. Alright. Well, oh well, oh well. We've got an awful lot of the lodge stuff in here, so. Isn't that funny? It broke the one underneath it. Alright, so wood post in between. Put another wood post at the end. If I wanted to make them fancy, I could do the capitals. Or not the capitals, the ornate crowns. How's that? That looks a little dressier, huh? A little dressier. I have to move the armor stand. And we're going to have to put a post. Is it gonna let me? Not really, is it? Is it probably, there we go. Probably wanted to snap through the wall and I didn't want that. Oh, it wants to pop up right there. No, I don't want you to be up right there. Yeah, I'll come in and I'll do a, that's not right, is it? Nope. I'll do one of those free cam tours. Yeah, it won't let me drop that one. Lets me drop it if I'm a little bit in front of it. Sorta there. Oh no. Okay, here we go again. There we go. Lattice, 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 lattice. Hopefully that's not sticking through the back side of the wall. Might need to bring it forward, huh? So if I bring it that far forward, it's gonna look kind of awkward sticking out there. But I bet you it's not gonna let me. Oops. Is that right? I bet you money that's sticking out the backside. Do I want one on this side? Probably. All right. I will take a break when my fish is ready. I can either stop the stream, come back later, do a be right back, or end the stream altogether. What do you guys think I should do? Won't take me long to eat. But if you folks are ready to move on, then I can as well. Now see, that one's sunk in, whereas the other ones did not. I wonder if that one went through the floor. Ah, the crowns are going through the floor. So So I can't do those. May have to take the lattice down in order to... There we go. All right. Okay. All right, I need one here. I don't know how I missed that one. All right. Lattice. And a post. There we go. And I think I will put one here. Does that look weird to have one way out here? I think I will, but I'm going to move what side this is on. Well, we were having a very lively discussion of movies and stuff, and now we've all gotten quite quiet, haven't we? So we'll put the lattice there. And we will put the armor stand back on this side. I have not made a bee hive yet either. So we're going to need to do a garden and put our beehive out. Does it make sense to have the lattice here? Doesn't really make sense unless I, bring it off the stair? Is that going to look weird though? Give them a little privacy right there. Not really. Doesn't really give them privacy. I mean, it's fake privacy, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to move everything over a little bit. And the armor stand. And a chest. Happiness kills. Hey, how are you doing? We've seen you one or two times in here. I hope you're well. What you been up to? You been playing? Watching videos? We are working on our community lodge. I would like to put... Do I want to plant there? Yes, I want to plant right here. I'm doing fabulous. Just still visiting your family back home before school starts. Yes, gotta get all the visiting in now while you can, right? We realized I couldn't have the crowns because they were going through the floor. But we do need another little privacy screen for this guy. I mean, how much privacy does it really provide, you know? It's a false sense of privacy. I don't know where I want it. I want it kind of somewhere in between. Wants to snap in a place I don't want it to. Come on now. Right there. Can I have it right there? It's going to be a different height there because it's not going to... There we go. And then we can put our armor stand in there. So they're cozy. They'll have to suck their belly in, you know, to get into this little spot. We'll have to put the skinny dwarfs here. Is there a skinny dwarf? I doubt there is a skinny dwarf, right? I mean, when you think about it. Smooshy's here. Wow. Don't often get you to have time to come see me, huh? You know what I just realized? You do not have any support here for my stairs. But they're working. They're not crumbling or anything. Maybe I should, maybe it would make sense to put something here or just leave it. Put one. If I put something here, it's definitely going to get in the way of the stairwell. So we're just going to let it fly like that. Let's put in another, another bookshelf. These are intelligent dwarves. They've got to have plenty of reading materials. What you been doing, Smooshy? And we're going to put up some more decorations on the wall. I know they each have like a particular name and stuff, but we're just gonna go with whatever looks pretty. Raven, I've just been in the background. Had to come off my PlayStation though since it's nearly 2 a.m. Probably time to sleep. So might be going to bed soon though. I know tomorrow I'm going to be bored again. Well, I will probably, I don't know. I think I might be on in the evening, but I do have to be all responsible like tomorrow and do some work. And then Friday, gotta learn some stuff all day. In fact, the God of War, if you guys watch that series, instead of being Friday morning, it will be Sunday afternoon. Because I'm in training all day on Friday. Gonna have to use my brain cells. Well, I just think this has turned out real nice. So we got our tavern and dance floor up here. And our bar. And I've got to fix these corners. I forgot about the corners. And we saw those when we were out here earlier. So let's try not to kill ourselves. we need to put the corners on. I forgot. Okay. And you have to fill in with this one. Don't fall off the slats. Got to protect us from all the rain that happens in Moria. Living here on the north coast, I wouldn't know what to do if there wasn't rain. Okay, let's get up here. Not the one you're standing on, Knucklehead. I did forget, though, you can walk on these roofs. Did I get this corner? Looks like I got that one. Probably gonna end up having to put our garden behind us, right? Got to remember where the sunshine is. Kind of nice you can walk on the roof with this DLC. Of course, if you're on the roof, then you got to be careful because that means they can be on the roof too, right? I'm going to turn my camera off, guys, and eat. But I'll still be here. Ah! Come on now. That was not working. Oh, tab. I'll still be here, but I got to turn my camera off for a minute. Alright, guys. It's fresh fish. Can't go without it. Probably better put a bib on, though, because I will definitely make a mess. But there's a few of you watching, so I might as well stick around if I can. We'll see how it goes. Thanks for the fish. Thank you. Alright. I will try not to be all noisy. If it's bothering you, let me know. And I can certainly put the Be Right Back on and just take a break if my chewing's bothering you. I'm just, when I'm on a roll, I don't want to interrupt it. Some good fish tonight. I don't really have any lights up here per se. I can put more candelabras around. They put up a little bit of light. Let's put one over here. And let's put one, can't really put one there. See if I can get one in between here. Now if I put one, I'll have to move this forward. Ads in 2 minutes. I think when the ad comes on, I will just turn on my Be Right Back screen and finish my dinner. That's not gonna go there. Bummer. All right. The real trick when I put the Be Right Back screen on is remembering to turn it back off. right. All right. I feel like the tavern and dance floor are done. And I feel like you know what? I'm going to take this one out. I think it's too much light. I think this is done. What do you think? I think it's done. Okay, in 24 seconds, I am going to put the be right back screen on. I'm going to eat, and then I'll be right back, guys. I'm back. I've eaten, had something to drink, and now we're ready to do the downstairs, huh? Provided you stuck around. Think we still got a few viewers here. All right, so the community house, we got the bedroom. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 5, 6, 7 dwarves. Apparently all single men or women or ladies, because there's no queen beds. And this is where the kitchen's going to be. Kind of the stairs are kind of a funky spot though, aren't they? For a kitchen. But this is where the kitchen's going to be. So, I'm trying to map out where I want to put stuff here. Because not only we'll put the meal tables and stuff down here. We can make it like a buffet style. Put one side with the table and some with the chairs. All right. You know, one thing we need upstairs that I didn't put is I'd like to put the evening ale. Right? I'd like to put the evening ale, at least one evening ale up there. So let's make some counters. Not that I need to have a space behind them, but I like to have the I like to have them not everything. I don't like the roasting thing and the oven on the floor for some reason. I like to have them. So we'll put the oven up here. I don't know why, but we're going to put the oven up there. And we shall put gotta give you some prep area, right? So that can be prep. And then we need the stove. And then we will put the roasting pit up as well. In my mind, in my mind, the roasting pit would be outside. It wouldn't be in the kitchen, but don't necessarily want to go outside and use the roasting pit though, right? So we're going to put the roasting pit here. I'll move the stove over a little bit more. There we go. And Xbeard likes to use those vases for like, pretend like they're storage, you know? So we're gonna put some vases around where you keep your dry goods, your grains, your flowers. got our grains, flours, oats. What else do we need in the kitchen? Let's put up another prep area. Here, let's put one of the cabinets. Is that too close to the roaster? Oh, you know what we do need though? We need a place to put our food. Okay, oops, those aren't. We'll need some chests here to put food in. I mean, you gotta have a place to put other things, not just the vases. So let's put a couple chests. We'll use the elven chests. That way we can get a little bit more here. I mean, we are gonna have lots of hungry mouths to feed. And we're going to need light in here. We're going to do just the regular torches and hope we don't burn the house down. Okay. We need a carpet. I'm going to put the long white one in here. I'm going to be able to put it there because of that vase. So let's take this one out. I mean, I don't know why you'd put, you know, white carpet in your kitchen, but all right. Now, do I put the, where are we going to sit? Where do we want the table? Do we put a couple of meal tables here? And then what, seating over there? Or do we do like a buffet style and you have your tables here where you grab your food? Or are you going to put seating around your fire pit? I think seating there. I don't know. I think seating there. I know this is like supposed to be like for the festive, but I really like it. Year round. So we're going to put our seating here. I mean, we only got like what, 8? What did we count upstairs for the beds? So we don't need a whole bunch of seating. 'Cause not everybody's going to come down for breakfast at the same time. come down and you get the food when it's ready, I suppose. Or you're on your own. Alright, so there's our seating, although I feel like I got this kind of squished a little bit, but then we're gonna do troll. Let's put this, I want one of these here. Put a plant here. I love the plants, just absolutely love the plants. Put a plant there. We're going to hang a warg skin on the wall. I don't know why, but that just seems to be what I want to do. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, you go to a lodge and there's usually like a bear hanging on the wood somewhere. Kind of weird, it's kind of going through the wood. Can I have him on there without it going through the wall? There we go. That's better. We're gonna put the troll couches. Put a couple couches, a couple chairs. Let's put some chairs. Let's put, should we put like a chieftain sort of thing down here, or no? Like, you know, the head of the table sort of thing. Or do maybe the dwarves don't worry, they don't stand on, what is it, circumstance, pomp and stance, whatever. You can sit here and put your toes up, warm your toes. Just stand right here in the fire. Probably need some little end tables, right? Put your ale on. The side tables sit too high though, if you ask me. They need to be shorter. Suppose we could use a short bench as a little side table. I feel like I want a plant or some sort of decoration here. we've got all the flags upstairs that honor all the clans. You can also use the little ones and put them in a corner like they're a hanging plant. You know what I think I'll do here is this sun, or this is all shade, isn't it? I was gonna say we could plant an apple tree right there. That'd be kind of cool. But I think all this is, oh no, let's put an apple tree. Which one do we want for the apple tree? This would match the other pots we kind of got going on, right? Those other ones. I need to grab some apples. What am I doing? I'm looking for troll couches. Forgot what I was doing. Jeez. That's what you call a brain fart. Yeah, that one little piece of sun back there for my apple tree. Put a chair here. Put the bench in between for your drinks. We'll put the little stool right here. All right, lighting. Don't need a lot of light in here given the hearth. And I think since I did just a regular old wall torch down there by the kitchen area, that's what we're going to do here. And we will put one of the little crystal lights behind it, I think. We'll try. See how that looks, if we can get it on the wall back here. There we go. That lights that up nicely. I think I'll pull that in a little bit. Put that a little bit closer. There we go. Do I want another warg there? Do I want a banner there? Do I want... I think I'm gonna do the purple banner, right? We're gonna... I don't know, what color is Beorn's stuff? I know we have Rohan's the green, but I don't know what color... does Beorn have a color? I mean, we didn't get a new flag or anything for it like we did with the Rohan stuff. There we go. Let's put some light on this side. That's probably lower than the other side, isn't it? Yeah, this one's lower than the other side. And put one here. We're going to get some apples. I'm going to plant an apple tree. Oh wow, look at that. It's on the dresser, the tavern shelf. Let's move it over here actually. This corner's kind of looking a little dark. There we go. Think that's enough light? I think it is. I said I think it is, and then I decided to put one there anyway. It's really wanting to put it, let's see if I can move this and put the light there. If it'll let me put the shelf back. It's quite possible that it will not. Depends on a number of factors. All right. You'd think the dinner would have helped my brain work a little better, but it's not. All right. Now, the thing we do not have is a forge area. I feel like I want a carpet here by the door. And this will be a purple carpet. Ah, it doesn't look purple, but it is. I think it's looking pretty good. Just gotta move this over a little bit. There we go. I'll go pick some apples, get that growing. Just looking to see if I'm missing something. Now, you know what I'm missing? If this was a working community house, there'd be crafts. There'd be a craft area. So we're gonna make a little craft area right here. We'll see what we can squeeze in this space. All right, we need our loom. We need the spinning wheel. We are going to need a workbench. Need a rune table. I would have thought everything would be open, right? Wouldn't everything be open? Do you not get the rune table till you go find it at Loney's camp? Loney's camp? Well, guess I know what I gotta do now. Let's see if we can get the thing under here. Okay, we're going to save this space for the rune table. I guess I'm going to have to go down to Loney's camp. Must be one of those things that's definitely dependent on you finding it in the game. And you'd think I know that, given how many hours I have into the game. All right. Right, there's nothing else that we need. We're gonna have to put in a grist mill, but we'll do that outside by the garden. And we need a forge area. I'm liking it, guys. What do you think? I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Oh golly, they're back.
Oh, you orc filth! I'll
I
take
do have it
down.
turned down quite a bit, but so I can't complain too much.
Perfect. Orcs! We got orcs!
Trying to figure out where I could block it off, you know, to aside from
Now that's
making
a
the
killing
whole
blow.
elven area safe, right? If I put a bunch of hearths everywhere and blocked off the doors, and, you know, I suppose I could, but I have to have it all blocked off. But and if I do a playthrough, eventually we'll have trolls, right? So, all right, we got to put a garden, and we need a forge area. Now, we could use the actual forge, or we can build a forge area right here. Kind of a tight squeeze through there. And then we can put our garden, put our garden back here? I was gonna put like a deck. like a little deck out here that I can put. Usually you can put the mushrooms here, right? Let's go a little farther over. And then we will put stairs. Whoa, that's quite a bit higher. Why'd that do that? We'll put our mushrooms back here. Pretty sure this was, I've built here before, and I'm pretty sure this backside ends up being your mushroom zone. Come on now, get out of there. So we will put, depth perception. Poor depth perception. Have trouble in this game all the time. And don't you just hate it the way the requirements HUD is there and you know, you can't see what you're doing? There we go. And we will put some stairs. Let's, kind of an odd height, isn't it? It's not on the ground. We will snap it and then we will slide a barrier under it. Let's see if that works. See if we can sink a barrier. We'll find out. I don't think the corner step will work here, but let's find out. Could be wrong. I mean, can you put two on top of each other? Will that work? Ooh, it's not wanting to center. Let's see. Let's take this one out first. Interesting. Okay. Now we are going to put looks a little bit awkward. Let's put our other side in. That's curious. So I'd have to go back a little bit, huh? But it doesn't want to go there. Wants to do that. So why doesn't the corner, oh. Wow, why did it do that? It just randomly exploded up there. Okay, didn't stand up to the test of time. Well, we'll put it back and see what happens. Looks a little funky, but you know, it's there. It's funny how they're not, kind of not the right height, are they? That's better. All right, let's put sink a block in right here. Give it something to fill in the gap and provide a little sturdiness right there. You know, I could have been more artistic and done some of the decorative walls too, and I did not. There we go. Good enough. Let's see if it'll let me put stairs all the way across. Let's see. See, can we bring this down a little bit more? Just so it looks kind of polished, I think. I mean, it's not like I need the stairs there. But I think it looks more polished. I don't think I want it to come all the way out here, do I? You know, because we got all this beautiful paneling. We also have the you know, this wood paneling. I could probably alternate things and put those up, but that would take a bit of rearranging, wouldn't it? So this will be our, I believe this is where mushrooms are going to be. Let's look and see. Yep, that's what I thought. We'll put poison mushrooms down here and regular mushrooms. Alright. Just gonna have to get some mushrooms in our hands. And I've seen people they do like these on top to kind of, they sink it in a little bit. And you can plant stuff in them that way. And you can plant stuff in them. Which is kind of cool. Kind of a neat idea. Oh, keeps popping off of that step right there. Hard to tell if I'm centered from back there, but it's pretty close. Let's try it again though. Good enough. Good enough. We'll leave it. Good enough. And I was also talking about doing some sort of water feature back here. Right? We could, you can sink stuff into the water to a certain degree. We could use piers also. Okay, so I'm guessing forge out here, eh? Like I'm Canadian, eh? It's kind of inconvenient because you have to come through this slender area. Hello.
Quiet. I see prey ahead.
Nice of you to come by. But I could... what would it be like if I took this out? Can't I break this and then... I could break it, take it out, and put a walkway right there. Let's see, where do I have my pick? If I break it and I don't like it, I can always put I can put a brazier or something there. Let's see, where is my pick? Oh, and I need to make storage. That's the other thing I need to do. There's my pick. So, storage will be over by the forge. We'll make a storage unit. So let's see if this is going to work. So I know you can break these over by the forge. So I will have to put some sort of barrier to keep them from coming through here. How many picks does it take to get to the center of a decorative barrier? The Adventures of Miriak Fermax did a little video on testing the strength of the new Beorn's Lodge wood walls. And he was doing, he's done a trick in the past where he, you know, takes his axe to it to determine how many times do you have to hit it to make it go away or to break. And it always reminds me of the Tootsie Roll commercial. Of course, some of you might be too young to know the Tootsie Roll commercial. Do you remember the Tootsie Pops? The candy? Tootsie Pops? Yeah, there was this little owl. And he'd be like, how many licks get you to the center of the Tootsie Pop? I think I would take this out too. All right. And we are going to have to do some sort of fortification because they will come to that corner. And then let's see about putting that. Is this going to match up with my stairs I got going over here? Don't need the stairs if I wrap this all the way around. Well, that looks terrible. Yeah, if I wrap it all the way around, I wouldn't need the stairs right there. I don't know how it's going to affect this planter though. I think if we take the plant patch out of it, we will be able to go over it. Doesn't quite match up in height, does it? Okay. So we're going to do something different here. We're going to bring the foundation all the way around. Best laid plans. Just don't break your wall. Oh, and I got to remember to fix that wall, don't I? Still don't know why it broke. Certainly wasn't close to it. Yeah, I gotta put my wall back. Okay, let's do it from up here. It went down, didn't it? And starting in 2 minutes. And if we're going to come around from the side, we don't really need steps. Not quite touching the wall, but that's okay. So let's put our planters back. Ad starts in 59 seconds. Now, I thought this was mushroom territory. Okay, so down here's mushroom. Let's put a rail. I just think it'd look more dressed up. And we'll put a rail. Oh, that missed. Suppose we could do a lamp back here if we wanted to put all sun back here, but we can do the garden somewhere else if we want. Why are you having so much trouble right there? Let's put a post and see if that helps. Is that right? Okay. Ads have started. Go. I'm not doing this from the right position. I'm having trouble lining it up for some reason. You know, the fence isn't here to keep the animals out or anything. It's just for looks. Looks a little more polished, I think. And maybe it will keep the animals out from eating our veggies, you know? How come there's no bunnies I mean, you know, it's kind of odd to me that there's elk and wolves and stuff down in the mines. If you're going to have elk and wolves, why don't we have bunnies? Or chicken? Alright, let's do these. Where are these going to go? There. No, no, no. You can't go up when the other one's down, vice versa. Alright, we got a little garden patch back here. So we got mushrooms down here. Okay, let's see. So we got mushrooms. Mushrooms. Where does the mushroom end and the sunshine begin? Okay, we're going to put a space so that we know this is sunshine. We'll have two areas of sunshine back here. Oh, no, look at that very last one is... Alright, let's move these forward a little bit. And two that are... At least two here that are sun. Kind of hoping I could squeeze in a sun right there, but all right. So we need the tall furnace, right? Oh, does the bee have to be in sun or shade? I don't know. I haven't done the bees yet. Ah, they don't require one way or the other. So let's stick a couple of beehives in here. I don't suppose you can stack them on top of each other, can you? No? Okay. Alright, so we got some bees. Wow, and you can even hear them. It's pretty cool. Let's see, can I sneak a couple in here? There we go. Got our beehives. Alright, so let's put our giant furnace. Can I sink it into the ground a little bit right here? Make sure to take up a lot of room, right? Alright. And we will put the forge right there. And then over here, we're going to I like to make a more of a platform than having it just right on the ground. I don't know why. That's the vision I have. Come on, there you go. Sink that a little bit. Can we get a corner one in there? Sometimes the corner ones give me trouble sinking. Because that one sinks back farther. Let's see if we can push these back a little bit more. Actually, let's put the corner. Corner's already there. That's the lowest it'll go. Let's see if I do it in a different order. So if we do the corner, I'm starving again. Where's my folks that watch out and make sure I'm eating? All right, good enough. We'll cap it off down here too. Well, it sorta looks good. We're gonna be okay with it though. We're gonna accept it. I mean, after all, it's a forage area, right? I said we're gonna accept it and then I move it anyway. Fickle, I guess. Alright, let's see if we can get this to line up a little better. There we go. And eat, eat, eat. Right on the edge of my hearth, huh? There we go. And we need Couple of furnaces. And we need the bellows. Let's spread these out a little bit more. I know Axbeard talks about, you know, the proper positioning as far as, you know, where the bellows should be. I don't know if I ever put it in the right spot, but we'll put another one here. We will put the gem cutter here. And then we will put our forge here. There we go. Got our little forge area. Got everything we need for that, at least. So now if I want to, I want to keep the longhouse hearth. Now I've taken it out of my hearths out of other ones, so I didn't have to deal with the sieges.
Quiet! I see prey
But
ahead.
the hearth in here is really kind of part of its decoration, right? Not just, uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Why is my house falling apart? Oh no. That means I don't have something proper. That makes me sad. Alright, let's take this out here. Trying to remember what I did here. Nope, that's not right. Is that why it broke? Because I didn't have some adamant. I wonder if I just put, I don't even remember now. Did I just put, you know, the cover on it and called it good? Wonder if that's why, because there's no adamant right there in that little spot. Could probably slide, I don't know, a piece of granite in there. Let's go put that piece of wall back and hope it doesn't keep breaking off. You know, Jubo and Axe, they talk a lot about, you know, maybe it'll fit for a minute, but it's not going to be long lasting. And I think I'm finding out what they mean. But I really tried hard to get everything even and balanced and level, and so let's hope it was a one-off and that it's not going to do it again. wonder if I should do like Miriak does and close those eaves off, but it's kind of too late now to be able to do that. So this is disappointing, but we will see. You know, I'm surprised this one's the one that's giving me trouble, given that the treehouse over there doesn't even have columns where it should have columns, and it's standing. Let's see, let's get some lights out here. Shmoo. Hi, Shmoo, you're back. Thank you. I'm just sitting here talking to myself. Need more light. A couple of my walls broke, which is disappointing. This has been a difficult build, although I don't usually have trouble building in this area. Usually it goes well. But this one has been more of a challenge. So what you been up to, Shmooshy? I hope you are enjoying your day, evening, night, your time zone. I heard somebody say, I hope you're enjoying your time zone, rather than saying day or night. Because we never know where somebody is. We're just gonna do this. This will get us up high enough, I think. Put a couple of bees up here, and then I don't have to worry about. Let's get some lights. See if I'm close enough to do some light. Could put some braziers out here too, honestly, right? Yep, not close enough. All right, let's see if we're close enough now. Go. Got quite a bit accomplished. We've been going since about 3, right? Oh yeah, 4.5 hours. Sure got away from me the time, but I feel like we got a lot accomplished. And I can see why Miriax likes to enclose those eaves. But we don't need to worry about like rain here. And if you got a big old fire going in there, you're going to want to have some air circulation. I mean, you know, if you're thinking about it, how it would be set up. All right, let's get a light up. Get a light up here. I snuck in some dinner since I last spoke. My husband surprised me and went and bought us some fresh rockfish for dinner. Yummy, yummy. One of the advantages of living on the coast. Got that nice ocean fish. Alright, let's see. Probably right there where that platform is. go. Now, let's find a spot for our sunlight garden. We've got 2 sunlight ones back here. I wonder if I should bury a column. I should probably bury a column there. Not gonna let me bury a column there. Nope, not gonna let me bury a column there. Interesting. Will it let me put a adamant block under it? It will not. I don't think that's touching. I guess it is touching it. Let's see. Well, let me put another one. Interesting. Wanted to get some more support under that. I mean, it's mostly there for decoration, but because of the adamant walls. But I don't understand why I can't pop it under there. What if I took this off, put this on? Will it let me do the base? Well, let me sink the base in here. It might not, because I got foundation under there, huh? I think the only way it would sink in is if I had adamant instead of the foundation. Jakes is here. Hi, Jakes. Ah, headache from studying, huh? Well, I've got this on a raised foundation. So it's all sitting on a foundation, even though it looks like there's a gap because I put this other foundation under here so I could walk around the side. But I was concerned because this is not touching. I mean, it hasn't been touching the whole time, but I was gonna, you know how you can pop a adamant or something, you know, bury some granite under there to make sure you got the support. The only thing I can think of is it's not letting me because it's foundation rather than the adamant. But it won't let me bury anything underneath that so that I can stabilize it a little bit. It'll let me kind of be on it, but I mean, I can get it kind of off to the side so at least it gets a corner of it. Then I can't get one on this side either. mean, it feels like it's snapping into place, but it won't let you. Then you get in the way of yourself. I'm just thinking it has something to do with the fact that it's on a foundation and not buried in adamant. Oh well, it's still standing, so we're gonna see. We're going to see what happens. Because I did have one area kind of explode on itself. But these columns do not go through to the floor. And I know if Jubo saw it, she'd be like, that's not going to hold up. And I'm like, you probably are right. It's probably not going to hold up. And this is kind of an unusable area. I know I need to make a fortification out here. I just I hate having it all boxed in, you know. But they definitely come to this corner when I get a siege. Kind of a tight squeeze, but I imagine they could get through there too if they came from the backside, right? I just hate to have to put walls around it because it's so pretty. But I also know that they will, if I just use this as a build
I see
world,
prey ahead.
right, I don't need to worry about it. But if I decide to actually do the campaign,
Perfect.
I will have to put more fortifications up. Because I did do the adamant doors, that adamant walls that, and it broke again. Why? Oh, it broke again. I think it's because we got adamant here. This is sandwiching adamant, but this side is the same over there. It's not adamant on this side. If you let's try doing this and see if it helps, because it's got adamant in it now. The other side doesn't keep popping out like this one does, but This build has been a challenge for me. Absolutely. Has been a challenge. Why won't you let me? Why? Okay, it was the capital. I was wondering. I was hoping it was that. You're not gonna let me sink you in? Now that I think about it, why is the other one sunk in? But it is. All right. The reason I notched it was because I felt like it was awkward when you come down the steps, but if that is going to keep popping out of there, just in that spot. So what's here? This is the adamant, right? Yeah. There's adamant. I mean, I could just bring it out flush, but then I got to move all that too. So if that is flush, the other side doesn't keep popping out, so makes me feel like there is something else going on here. I think it is something to do with this. I don't know. we're gonna have to rebuild this front door here. We are going to make it flush. I didn't want to, kind of like the character that it had to have it bumped in. And this was mostly cosmetic anyway right here. There was no structural support. Maybe that was the problem. As you can see, I'm missing floor right there. Guess we could put a window here now. Or even a little balcony. Maybe I can put a kind of a fake front, a false front. So it kind of looks like it has a little more character than just flat. Okay. Look at that. That's quite interesting. Okay. Not a perfect fit, you know, but better than nothing. I believe that's what Miriax does. Okay, now we gotta fix this. Just need to get up a little bit higher so I can see what I'm doing. Well, we're gonna find out if this is gonna all come tumbling down, aren't we? 'Cause it all looks fine till it starts falling down on you. This fit in there? No. There we got our little storage containers there. Our dry goods. We gotta go pick an apple. Now, is there something decorative? Oh, look, that doesn't even match. Oh my lord, what is going on? You kind of need those to be, you know, talking to one another. Yeah, I've never had so much trouble building, but I am using materials I'm not used to building with. So that could be it. Still a little off here and there, which is very likely going to cause me problems, but we'll see. Now, I'd like to try to make, what do you call it? Like a little porch overhang right here. So that's probably one of these. I know it's probably not really going to provide any support, but it kind of looks cool. Well, what do you think? At least it's not completely flat. Got a little, oh, did it go through though? Let's go see. Oh good, doesn't go through. I suppose I could bring it out, even another one in front of that too, right? Make it a deeper porch. Do a bigger one, or I could do the little half one. Probably the little half one, right? What do you think? The shallower one or the deeper one? I'm gonna do that. And let's see if we can put one of the capitals right in the peak. Can we get it up here? It's not going to snap, so we're going to have to kind of finagle it a little. There we go. Hey, that looks pretty nice. I like it. What would it look like if I put one of the little shallow ridges on the front? Not for any value, but just for decoration. I put one like over the windows.
Well, I'll destroy you first.
Hello. All right, we're gonna be that way.
Perfect. Orcs! We got orcs! Ha! That's one more for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure something out. Well, the good news is I have it on the absolute lowest setting, so I don't have to worry about them too much. Now, can I get one over here without it wanting to snap in the center? Not gonna stay there. Yeah, it's gonna. I was kind of hoping I could center one over each window. Not for any structural advantage, but just for looks, you know what I mean? More for decoration, right? Not for, because it's such a flat front. Trying to get it a little bit. Uh-oh, those are sitting back quite a ways. We don't want that, because then it's probably going through the wall, right? No, but I don't really want them sitting back, so I'd like them to come out a little bit more. Let's see if we can do this again without it. Okay. Hey, those look pretty good. That one's a little high. Let's bring it down a little bit. Oh, it's so delicate a finagle. Yeah, I was thinking that looked red. There we go. And I'm going to put the capitals on top. I'll do a couple of still shots and put them on my Discord. Let's see if we can tuck that one back a little bit. That front one right there. Nope, it's the back one. There we go. These have to be kind of wiggled and not snap. Because when it tries to snap, I don't like where it goes. There we go. Oh. Okay, ad starting in a few minutes. very good at this camera thing yet. Go pick a couple apples and get those growing. Alright, where's the apple tree? And there's usually one over here. Usually. Where's an apple tree when you need one? I have apples in the backpack, so I really could just go put the backpack on. Gotta plant my garden anyway. Let's go get the blessing.
Quiet.
We
I
can
see prey ahead.
put some of the... Wow. Hi, guys. We're having a party over here and didn't invite me. Where's the bear? Looks like I could kind of maybe rebuild some of these buildings over here and make this a nice little community. Yeah, they just climb right up and over these, don't they? Okay. We are going to plant an apple tree right there. Oh, we need mushrooms. Let's... There we go. Let's go plant some stuff. Let's see, can we put a few garden items here? I don't have the materials on me, but... Or do I? Yes, let's put some... We'll put some pretty ones, though. We're gonna put... We'll alternate. We'll put some of these. And we'll put a couple of those. 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 And we'll put a don't want to block that, so we'll just put this one here. And let's put apple. More for aesthetics than anything else. And then in here we're gonna put see, I don't need the food if I keep the build bag in here, but if I decide I want to play the game, I would get rid of the build bags. Well, I mean, I'm not going to be building if I'm playing the game, but you know, I kind of like having something I'm scavenging for. Let's plant some flowers. We'll just plant some flowers for now. And we'll put some aioli here. Where's the aioli? I don't have the aioli on me. Interesting. And we're gonna do some mushrooms. Let's do some of the caps. Aberrant, is that what they're called? Cave caps. They've changed the name, that's right. They used to be like aberrant or something. Now they're just called cave caps. And then we'll put, do we have the poison ones? Yep, let's put the poison ones. I mean, you need them, right? If you want to make your Scour Pilsner. Can't imagine why you'd want to do that, but you know. You drink the poison to prevent the poison. Is that like the hair of the dog that bit you? Is that what that is? And we'll do some regular mushrooms. And let's do some more of the cave mushrooms, right? Or the blue ones? I like the blue ones, they're pretty. There's the aioli. How come I wasn't finding it earlier? How long does it take before you can harvest the bees? Or maybe you can't harvest the honey? I'm surprised. I would have thought you could harvest the honey. Is that right? You can't harvest the honey? I don't know if it's because you can't harvest it or if it's because I keep triggering onto something else. Anybody know if you can harvest the honey? I don't know. There we go. Nothing particularly useful. I mean, I guess it is, but like I said, as long as I have the food bag, the build bag for the food, I don't really need to worry about what I'm growing. Let's put a wellspring right here. Just 'cause we can. Just to dress up the place. So we are going to need to wonder if... Hey, Gaming Dragon, how you doing? I've been building 5 hours now. I probably ought to quit, but I'm having so much fun. I just love building. Now I'm trying to fortify my space a little bit. I'll give you a tour though if you got a minute. I'll give you a tour. You have scrubbed? Well, wait till you see what I've done since you were here last. Look at that. Doesn't that look nice? And I put little fake eaves over the little windows because it was just so flat. It was just too flat. So I decided to put the eaves on them. And here, Gaming Dragon, I'll give you more of a tour because I'm not sure you've seen it all. So this is our longhouse kitchen and socializing area. Got everything we need. And then because this is a community lodge, we have plenty of places for you to sleep. I made some changes right here, so I can probably put a couple of beds right there. So this is the, what do you call this? What do you call it in the Navy ships? The berthing area? I don't know. The sleeping area. And then up here, we have our tavern and dance floor. And why did my lights break? Or no, something broke because they're there. So that's our dance floor. And our gazebo. It's my own personal design of a gazebo. I like to use the polished floor underneath. Gives you that nice look. And added a few lights for the light show. If you're on a dance floor, you gotta have lights. And then we got all our favorite brews. And we have a nice view of the other buildings. That one to the left is the clan lodge. So that's where the whatever the head of a clan is called, the chieftain, and then his lieutenants, basically. There's 3 living quarters in there, plus a kitchen. And then this unit over here is for visiting dignitaries. So there's just 1 bed in there and your own little kitchen, little suite. And those 2 don't have a hearth in it because I didn't want to have to run over there every time there was a siege. So Dragon, have you played this game yet? I know Tyler has. But have you played it yet? This is a killer game. I love this game. Good. Well, do you have videos posted on YouTube? I know you have Twitch. I don't know that I've looked on YouTube for you. I apologize if I have not and I've missed subscribing to you. So I think it turned out pretty cool. So now I gotta decide how I'm gonna fortify it a little. What I would like to do if I had the time and the patience, I would totally block off the 2 entrances into here and put up enough hearths to make that hearth zone so that nobody would spawn in on you. But I'd have to have hearths all around the place. So, but what I will do maybe I'll enclose this area and like put one of those long houses out, long barns, what do you call them, long hearths out here, and we can sit around here too. I've played a while ago. Honeybun has been waiting me to play, but I get frustrated when building. Well, Dragon, it has gotten so much better to build with. The build system has greatly improved. I've had more trouble with this one than I've had with others because it's the lodge and I'm not used to the materials, right? I'm not used to materials, so I had to watch one of Miriak Fermax's videos to help me understand how this system works. But I do. The VOD got deleted over time on Twitch. Yeah, I think that's why I like to do both. I stream to YouTube. That's not what I want to do. Stream to YouTube and Twitch so I can have them, you know, stick around for a little bit. Alright, now I can pick this stuff up. So, why don't I block this off? We kind of already paved it. So how would I need to... It's dark. I probably ought to put a light on. I can put on the Region. So I would have to like put up barriers like all the way around. I'm gonna have to put a hearth out here too. Probably going to be on a solo stream tonight. Honey Bun is not feeling well. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You please tell Honey Bun I wish her peace and comfort while she's recuperating. All right, we're gonna put one of these. Not that. Not a bed, silly goose. One of these. Let's see if this is possible. Let's see if we can... What are you going to stream tonight? Are you playing some more Tomb Raider? I like Tomb Raider. I will probably eventually get to my own series. I've got to finish up some of the ones I'm doing right now, though. I've got a lot that I'm doing right now. Let's see, how far out do I want to take this? I've never tried building fortifications all the way out here, so it's going to be curious to see how it goes. Especially since I'm going right through a tree. Probably not very nice to Mother Nature. And these are probably short enough that they're going to be able to climb over them. I started playing the Uncharted game that came out on PS Vita the other day. I didn't even know there was such a thing called a Vita. I assume that is that new? Switch to Batman Arkham series. Did you decide you didn't like the you didn't like Tomb Raider? Wasn't doing it for you? Not everybody likes every game, right? Everybody's got their style they like. I know a lot of people that all they play is like anime, right? You got your Vita out and charged it just to play it. All right. I am building fortifications, I think. PlayStation handheld that was out at the same time as the PS4. All right, Honey Bun wasn't feeling it. I thought she enjoyed watching it. But yeah, you know, you have to do what you love. You got to do what you love. Okay, so I'm kind of messing around here. Trying to see if I can fortify it way out here so I don't have to have the fortifications all close to the building, you know, because I feel like that kind of takes away from your building, but it might be difficult to put up enough fortifications because they might just come right over the river, right? Who knows? So we're going to try it. We're going to see what happens. I know they just drop out of the ceiling, but if you have your hearth set up right, they don't spawn within the hearth, right? The hearth zone. She got to the part where we were cannibals and she was like, okay, I'm done. Cannibals? Where there were cannibals. I was going to say when we were cannibals. I'm like, yeah, I don't know what version you're playing. Yeah, those creepy people. This is true. Creepy people. But I think overall, though, the game's not too gruesome. You know, in my humble opinion, it's not too gruesome. That opening scene where you have to come in and crawl through the muck and everything, I suppose that's not very pleasant for some people either. Oh yeah, in the caves. Yeah, it is. It's a dark story, but you know, she's exploring different cultures. Bound to come across something that's different. Not that I'm supporting it. That lifestyle, that is. This is going to be a challenge, figuring out, because, you know, the minute I have a troll come, I'll find out if my fortifications are working. I can't have that gap, because they will spawn through the gap. So we're going to put a wall there. Alright. Yeah, I don't know how it's going to work with the water there. You know, if they're going to be able to get in because I don't have the water blocked off. I mean, when there's a siege, they will come running down from here, but will they come running down from there if there's a barrier and if I have the hearth zone? She said she didn't want to see it, but she said she was okay with Batman. I don't know, Batman can be kind of dark, but I've never played it on the PlayStation. But it can definitely be kind of dark, huh? Alright, let's do this. Let's see. Maybe I just want to... No, I can't barricade the bridge because I got to get up to my other house. Oh boy, how's this going to work? Because when we siege, they often come this way. And unless I put hearth everywhere. Yeah, I don't have the materials to make a hearth on me. Huh. I'm not keeping a hearth in here unless I'm here. Because I didn't want to run back and forth. So do you think it would work to block this bridge off? We're going to find out. We're doing a little experimenting here. Of course, this might piss off the bear, because I think there's a bear that comes this way. We'll just have to tell him to go around. Because see, they drop right out of the sky, but if you've got your hearth coverage, they won't drop into a hearth zone. But they might run into the hearth zone. Well, like I said, I would probably have to put a bunch of hearths around and shut off the entire area. That would be a challenge, wouldn't it? To figure out where to put all the hearths. I'll have to send Axebeard a message, see if he's tried it. Seems like Axebeard is pretty. Axebeard, Jubo, Miriak. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, technically I could stay in my little house up, my little hunting lodge up there and just take the hearth out of here. But I have a feeling if I take the hearth out of that floor, might not get it back in there. I'm going to put the question out there onto the RTM to see, is it possible to put in enough hearths and block off the Elven Quarter so nobody can get in? That is what I'm going to do. What's our time like? Okay, we're good. We're good. Let's go clean up our mess up here because I want to take some pictures. Oh, I was going to do storage. I need to do a storage unit over here. So that is going to be right here. So I like to do the storage system using the tall wood columns. So we will start there to, well, let's see, let's do it this way. That way I don't have to question. And we'll do another one. Build near a hearth. So I'm outside my hearth zone over here? I am. Alright, well, let's put one over here. Tuck it back, because if we don't have hearth coverage, we're not going to be able to get materials from our storage. I think we can get by with a little one, and we will just, oh, we're going to make it right here, and we're going to break it, we're going to pick it up, and we're going to put it back over here. Put it up here out of the way. I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm going to put it right there. Just put it up out of the way. Alright, now back to what I was doing. And another post. And then I use the bronze chests. It's going to be a little crowded right here. Let's move it over a tad. Because the bronze chests just have so much more room. For storage. And of course I learned this from everybody else. I don't remember where I saw it first, but I remember people saying it was similar to the way that things are stored in the warehouses. But I don't know if that's the case. All right, there we go. That looks a little more centered. So you have to put your chests in first before you put everything else in. And you can do 3 pretty much across, or you could do 2 across. Let's see, let's move that one over a little bit more. I mean, you probably have enough if you do just the 2 across, and if you make 3 rows, you'll have plenty of space, plenty of storage. But if you really want to squeeze stuff in here, you can do 3 if you're like me and you want to have lots of extras. Because usually if I make my own little warehouse world, you know, I'll close down a world and I'll just bring all the resources to here. But now that I've built everything, I don't really need a bunch of resources. Don't think that's going to let me put the rail in between. I like to put the rail just because it looks a little cleaner. Yeah, it's not going to let me. Okay. Maybe if I did the rail first. We haven't put up a memorial flame yet. We didn't put a rail here either. I think I'll just put 2. I mean, technically I've got the build bag, so. But I will take the build bag out if I choose to use this world as a campaign. You know, if I actually decide to do a campaign in here. In the meanwhile, it's just for building. But I think I'll go over and repair those other buildings over here. That might be fun. Get everything repaired while I'm asking if you can actually safely cordon off the Elven Quarter. Because I think that'd be pretty cool if this whole area was safe and you didn't have to worry about anybody coming after you. Now you can put the little post there if you like to clean the end up. And you can put the large ones there too, right? I mean, technically, you could. Let's put some more boxes, chests. them out far enough that you can, you know, activate them when you walk by. And the very top row, if you don't want to have to use a step stool, kind of have to hang over a little bit. Whoops, not that. Wouldn't it be cool though if you could like actually like make it safe to have the whole place to yourself? I think that would be awesome. Kind of tedious, but, and I've learned Alaskan Care Gaming or Alaskan 911 came into one of my games once to teach me how to do this, because you have to do it in a particular order or it doesn't work. I think there should be a no enemies option, only available at in-game as if you've cleared them all out and then it's safe to build without sieges. Wouldn't that be lovely? I could definitely go for that. Yep, absolutely. I mean, you can turn them down, but even turned down as far as you can go, you're going to get sieges, and I would leave it just unexposed, this one, because the walls are insulated with adamant. I sandwiched adamant between the wood walls, so this structure I've been working on is relatively safe. The other ones are just plain old wood, which apparently is somewhere between the strength between granite and stone. It's believe it or not, the wood is stronger than the stone. The new lodge wood. And right now I'm not keeping hearths in those other ones just because I didn't want to run back and forth every time there was a siege on one of those hearths. But it'd be nice, it'd be pretty cool to be able to have the whole place to yourself. The orcs keep climbing in my fire pit and I don't appreciate it. Right? And I imagine orc flesh doesn't smell very good either. So unsanitary. Actually, a deer went in there the other day. It was pretty funny. You're like, dinner! Let's see what I need there. I need one of these. I'm not a hunter or anything, but, you know, if they're going to sacrifice themselves. I've actually never even liked venison. I had a friend made me some venison stew, which wasn't half bad, but it took so much effort for her to cook the venison so it wasn't too chewy, I guess, you know. So I'm like, that sounds like a lot of work to me. I'm spoiled. My husband went and got me some nice fresh rockfish from the ocean today. It had been caught yesterday, and we had fish, so that's about as all natural as I get. Alright, now we're going to put some boxes, and we need to pull these close enough so we can try to get to the top of them. Oh yeah, it was very, very good. Very good. When I first moved here, my husband was finishing up his guard duty down in Fresno, California, which is like someplace I never recommend you visiting. I was up here by myself, and one of the nurses that I worked with took me out on his boat, and we went fishing a couple of times, and I caught them myself. There's nothing better than fresh, literally right off your boat that you've cleaned yourself. And ling cod is my absolute favorite. And there's just nothing better, you know? Alright. So we might have to use a step stool to get at these, and that's okay. We will run a step stool down the center here. They need little ladders, right? Little ladders. I mean, you can make a little ladder for yourself with these things. It's kind of hard to tell if I'm lined up properly. That's good. Now we can get up there. Might have to put one on the end too. Oh, that's not very straight, is it? On either end. It still gives me space to get to there. Let's fix this one a little bit. Let's there we go. And let's see, with the stair here, do I still need to get, yeah, I still need to. I need to bring it out a little bit more. So I've got a little bit of a garden. I could probably do a bigger garden if I was going to play in this world without my build bag. You know, as far as food goes. You know, especially, you know, for your oats and everything. Ah, that doesn't work at all. My depth perception. Let's try it from the side. Let's see if that'll help. I think I was from the side before, though. Yeah, having trouble here. Let's see, the other ones are all right there, right below that point. So let's see if we can approximate where we need it to be. I don't think you can bury these, can you? Can you bury them? It's the depth perception that I have trouble with, but we got it. All right, there's our storage. There we go. Now let's make some Elsbreth Blessing. We need a few of those. Let's see if we can make those. It'd be nice if I could make one up here without having to add lamps. It's not telling me whether I need a sun lamp or not. Maybe it doesn't tell you. Should put them under the windows. I don't know why. I just feel the need to put them under the window or in front of the window. So let me adjust these. Having a marathon build session, aren't I? Man, what am I? Almost 6 hours, so I think I'm going to have to call it quit here pretty soon. My shoulder will be screaming at me tomorrow, I'm sure. And we'll put one more here, just even it out a little. Looks weird having it there without the little dormer over it, though. Suppose I could put a fake one over it. The other ones are technically fake, too. There's no window there though, but I don't think anybody's going to notice given that the blessing thing is in front of it. These were quite a challenge though to do because I don't want them to snap in. I'm going to do it there. No stuffed wolf or troll here? No, not at all, Co. And Esquilette, well, it's almost 1 a.m. here, so I guess I should go to sleep. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I probably ought to get going to bed. Well, I don't know if I'm ready for bed yet, but I've been streaming for 6 hours. I probably ought to check in with my family and make sure they're still alive. But I want to get, a decent picture. The lodge is looking beautiful. And thank you, Esquilette. It is looking quite lovely. Do I need a fake one at this end too? I do, don't I? Alright, well, I'm glad you find it cozy. I find it cozy hanging out with you guys. Thank you, Esquilette. I hope you have a good sleep. Sleep is so important. We will put a fake one here. I'm going to have more trouble here because of the column. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to have to head out, huh? This is probably one of my longest streams. Except for that day with the Orc Hunter, I ended up streaming for, what was it, like 10 to 6. I think I did like 10 to 2 or something for one of my solos, and then I did the afternoon with somebody, and then I did an evening. It was crazy. All right, there we go. you gotta be so delicate so it doesn't pop up where you don't want it. See, that's a little higher than the other one. Yeah, that's too high. All right, let's see. Make sure I target the right thing. I'll take a couple pictures tonight and then I will do a tour video, but I'll do a couple of pictures tonight. Yeah, pretty nice. Let's do a couple of screenshots with our free cam. I'm not all that experienced with the free cam, but we're gonna give it a shot. Screenshot of that. I'm at my height limit, it looks like. Screenshot that. I still got those true quartz laying on the ground up there. Let's go pick those up and try that picture again. And let's put another bed since we took out the wall. We made the wall a little different right there. I think we can get another bed in there. Oh, Alaskan Care is going to be on. We're going to definitely go give her a raid if she's still on. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a post. Wood, wood, wood. Okay. Hopefully that's not sticking out front. Give you a chest. And you need a armor stand for your stuff. And you need a wall display for your weapon or your shield if you decide you don't want to let go of your weapon. All right. I think I have too much light in here. Well, let's turn off our... no, I don't want to do that, but I do want to do this. Yes, let's switch. do the whole free cam thing again. Here, let's go stand on the dance floor. We'll take a few shots of her on the dance floor. There we go. It's a nice shot right there, right? With the Narvi in the background. Alright, let's do free cam. There's a whole free cam challenge, but I've never tried it. Up, 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 up. My balloon won't let me go behind me more. That's weird. Alright. Do that. Let's see, when I was out here, when I started it out there, I was able to get farther away from the building. Let's do a couple screenshots in here. That one, that button. All right. See, I got to practice doing it. If you want to do a tour, you know, with the free cam, you got to practice. Kind of cool, the fireplace, right? Holding still like that. You have to have the door open. Aw, man. Ad starting in 2 minutes. And free cam. Up. Clan Lodge. All right. I've got some screenshots. Alright, I want to try to figure out if there is a way to block this off. You know, like the whole area. And I forgot, I have my little hunting cabin up here. Come on, get out from under there. Really? wait for the ad break to be over. And probably do a raid. So I'm hoping you folks, I put 2 floor-to-ceiling adamant walls in each of my exit of mine. Doesn't stop them falling out of the sky like it's cloudy with a chance of orc filth, but it does stop patrols. Yeah, I was wondering if it was possible to put enough hearths in there that the hearth zone would be completely covered, and so they wouldn't even drop through the ceiling, right? Because they won't drop into a hearth zone. So I'm curious if you can, if the AI will let you, you know, if it's programmed in such a way that you could put enough hearths everywhere. Because I really don't like having to, you know what I mean? I don't like having to have all this here. But, you know, you get a couple of trolls, and even though I've got adamant sandwiched between the wood, they could still get in here and wreak havoc, right? So I got to organize this. I've got boxes and pallets and everything. I think you can, but I haven't tried it. Basically just means they would spawn at the exits though, so you would have to fortify those. So yeah, I'm guessing, you know, a couple layers of adamant, at least 2 layers of adamant. And then just ignore them, and then go out and fix the adamant. You can put a map stone on the other side of the adamant. That way you could just pop out there, fix the wall, and pop back in. Or I suppose you could keep a gap at the top and hop out and beat on them if you want to. Need a gap between the layers so that they don't get destroyed at the same time. Ah, good point. Good point. Very well. Very, very good point. All right, well, I took some great pictures that I'm going to post on the Discord, and then I'll do a tour video, free cam video of the whole area. Got the hunting cabin and the clan lodge and the dignitary's house and the community lodge where all the parties happen. All right, all right, all right. So I think we're going to go do a raid. Got 6. All right, we're back. There was an ad. Hopefully you stuck around. You know, we're going to go do a raid. I think I saw the Alaskan Care 911 was playing something. I don't think she's playing Return to Moria. I think Axebeard was on. So we'll find somebody we know, whether it's Alaskan Care or Axebeard or some of my other buds through Return to Moria. But it's been great. This has been 6 hours and 10 minutes of streaming. I think that's my longest, like, without a break. I mean, I did stop to eat, but that was quick. Anyway, thank you guys for all your support and all your help. And I'll get these pictures posted to the Discord. And we'll do a video tour pretty soon. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to put on my end screen, my stream ending. But I'm going to jump over and find somebody to raid. So I hope you go with me and help support some of my friends. Quit adulting long enough to go play. Find something to do. And we'll see you next time. Be well. Bye.
She's got her headset on and her keyboard split in the depths of Moria. She's a perfect fit, mining gems and gold. She's on a quest. No joystick needed.